Chapter 2095. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Devil Fiend Sect's disciple, for obtaining 3,000 experience, 100 spirit force. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 1 origin stone. Devil Fiend Sect. Luo Tian said softly, "They are waiting here for the people from the Ling Tian realm. Or are they planning an ambush?" Luo Tian thought for a moment. With some doubt, he muttered, "The Ling Tian realm should be on the other side of the Blackpool mountain range. Why would they appear here?" At this time, Ma Yu exclaimed, "Instructor, the house is filled with corpses. They're all villagers." Luo Tian walked into the room and saw that the villagers had died miserably. Many of them were killed in their sleep and didn't even have time to react. These people from the Devil Fiend Sect are too ruthless. Their methods are truly cruel. They don't even let go of ordinary citizens. They are simply beasts. The few girls were filled with hatred. Luo Tian did not say anything. He walked out of the room and looked at the small village. There were about 60 to 70 households, and there were probably 200 people who had been killed. Manpo looked at Luo Tian and asked, "Boss, why did you kill these villagers? Even if it's a battle between sects, you can't just kill these commoners, right?" Manpo was very unhappy in his heart. Qin said, "Could it be that something happened here? Was it seen by the commoners, and then all of them were killed? Isn't that too cruel?" Zhu Ying's face was filled with anger as she said, "Even the infants in swaddling clothes are not spared. They are simply worse than beasts." Luo Tian asked, "How far is the Devil Fiend Sect from here?" Manpo replied, "The Blackpool mountain range is the border mountain range between the Marshalsea area and the Ling Tian realm. There are no sects in this area, so I'm afraid that they would have to teleport here. We have to rely on the transmission array. Devil Fiend Sect's ambush." Luo Tian didn't want to think too much about it and said, "Clean up the corpses of the Devil Fiend Sect's disciples, then dig a hole and bury these villagers. We'll rest here for the night and enter the mountain tomorrow," Luo Tian ordered. Then everyone began to move. Luo Tian walked to a hillside and looked around. This area was not high nor low, so he couldn't see anything. Manpo was carrying a bundle of firewood on his shoulder. His bulging muscles almost tore his clothes apart. He walked up the hill and asked, "Boss, what are you looking at?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "It's nothing. Let's go down the mountain." He felt that the person who killed these villagers was not a disciple of the Devil Fiend Sect. If it was the Devil Fiend Sect, the Devil Clan style of doing things would definitely not throw the corpses into a room. They would definitely leave them everywhere. Not them. They were ambushing in the village again. Who could it be? Sects from the Ling Tian region? Why did they kill the villagers? Did the villagers discover something that they should not have discovered? In order to keep the secret, he would kill the entire village? What secrets does the Blackpool mountain range hold? Suddenly, Luo Tian's heart tightened. 9-headed flood dragon. Could it be? It must be. They must have discovered the secret of the 9-headed flood dragon. Coincidentally, the villagers also know about it. I don't know why they encountered the people of the Devil Fiend Sect, but the disciples of the Devil Fiend Sect suffered a loss, so they ambushed us here. They didn't expect us to come. Luo Tian's mind started to spin. Then, Luo Tian quickly rushed down the hill and said, "Don't start a fire. All of you follow me. Hurry, hurry." Everyone was puzzled and filled with questions. However, they all followed Luo Tian into the forest, not far from the village. Manpo lowered his voice and asked, "Boss, what exactly did you find?" "Yeah. What exactly happened? Why are we here?" Luo Tian did not explain and said, "There will probably be people coming at night. The 5 of you go rest first. The 3 of us will be in charge of guarding. Also, if you find anything, don't act rashly. I suspect that someone has discovered the secret of the 9-headed flood dragon." This was only his conjecture. He wasn't sure. However, If the villagers weren't killed by the disciples of the Devil Fiend sect, then it must be someone from the Ling Tian region. They would definitely come back. What Luo Tian wanted to do was to be a fisherman. Time passed minute by minute. After a full 6 hours, Luo Tian did not wait for the person he was waiting for to appear. However, he still calmed his heart and waited slowly. He believed in his intuition and believed that those people would definitely appear. Manpa said in a low voice, "Boss, how confident are you in completing the mission of the Heavenly Black Pool?" Qin Yu was also looking at Luo Tian, an SSS-level mission. Currently, there wasn't a single disciple who could complete it. If they completed it, they would be the #1 person in the Icefire sect. Very excited. However, Manpa was not confident, and Qin Yu was the same. After all, it was an SSS-level mission and a 10-star difficulty. Luo Tian slightly said, "I'm not confident." Both of them were stunned. Luo Tian said, "Before I see the 9-headed flood dragon, I don't have the slightest bit of confidence. Everything will have to wait until I see it. Also, the main purpose of coming to the Black Pool mountain range this time is to gather spirit grass and artifact refining ores. We can't possibly go back at a loss, right?" Manpa looked at Luo Tian's serious expression and said in disdain, "Damn, you would do this kind of losing business? I don't believe it. Do you know something?" It was also at this time. A black shadow landed at the entrance of the village. Luo Tian's eyes tensed up and immediately signaled for them to be quiet and muttered, "Come over, come over." Elder, it's here." "Are you sure?" "I can confirm that this is the village. There is a secret passage hidden here. A secret passage that leads to the depths of the Heavenly Black Pool, and that flood dragon will come out of the secret passage every few days to look for food. It has already cultivated a human body." "I'm not sure about that either. I only saw a dragon's head sticking out from the well in the middle of the village. I don't know anything else. As long as we poison the well and ambush it beside the well, I'm sure that this flood dragon won't be able to escape from our palms." "Ha ha ha. Very good. You've done well. When we return to the sect this time, I will give you a great reward." They were 100 meters apart, but in the dead of night, they could still hear their conversation. They only knew that there was no one alive in the village, and did not know that Luo Tian and the others were hiding Lin Zizong. As expected, Luo Tian's gaze tensed up. Manpa became excited. "That well is a secret passage? I heard that as long as one of the heads is killed, the strength of the 9-headed flood dragon will be greatly reduced. Chance! The chance has come!" Manpa became excited. He looked at Luo Tian with extreme admiration in his heart, as if he could always know everything. Qin Yu looked at Luo Tian excitedly and asked, "Boss, what should we do?" Luo Tian looked at the night sky and said faintly, "Wait. To be a fisherman, one naturally had to be patient. In another place, Icefire sect. Here are 1,000 elemental stones. Activate the teleportation array of the Black Pool mountain range for me. Send us there immediately." Sidhu Chang's voice was soft, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 2096. The Black Pool mountain range was extremely large. Moreover, this mission said that the 9-headed flood dragon was in the Black Pool of Sky. But where was the Black Pool of Sky? There was no hint on the mission. In the past, most of the people who entered the mountains to do this mission were annihilated. Those who escaped were also scared to the point of going crazy. They didn't have much of a strategy and could only rely on themselves. Boss, what should we do? Should we follow them?" Manpa said in a low voice. Qin Yu said, "Do you want to use my violent bear to scout the way?" Luo Tian pondered for a moment and said, "Let's wait here first. I don't think it's that simple. Even if the 9-headed flood dragon really appears from the well in the village, we can't be sure that it's the Black Pool of Sky. I don't think it's that simple. Let's wait and see. The situation in the village was unknown. Luo Tian and the others did not have any advantage in cultivation. They had to calm down and see what these people from the Ling Tian realm were going to do. Only then would they be able to deal with them. However, the people from the Ling Tian realm were not in a hurry to do anything. Instead, they set up a fire beside the well and rested. Midnight passed. There was no reaction from the well at all. The warriors from the Ling Tian realm were still sitting there without doing anything. Luo Tian saw that something was wrong. There are fewer people. Man Po was immediately shocked and looked at the people beside the fire. There are quite a few. Luo Tian said, "They didn't just enter the village with these people, and the sky is very dark. We can't even see how many of them came. Have we been discovered? Qin Yu, you stay here. Barbarian, let's go." Then, Luo Tian brought Man Pia and carefully approached. Because it was night time, there was no illumination. They were too far away to see how many people there were. However, Luo Tian felt that it was strange. Those people did not move from the side of the fire. This was very strange. He continued to approach. Nothing was discovered. Luo Tian approached again. F***CK. Puppet. Boss, we've been tricked. Man Po walked to the side of the fire and realized that these people were all wooden people, but they looked like humans. This was a type of puppet technique. Luo Tian's heart tightened. They've discovered us. With a thought, Zhang Xian spread his consciousness out. The surroundings were completely silent. There was no sound, nor was there any aura fluctuation. This was very strange. Man Po came to the side of the well and threw a stone in. Guangdang, boss, there's no water down there, it seems. Boom, boom. Rumble, a series of cracking sounds could be heard as the ground trembled. It was as if something powerful was moving under the ground. The impact was extremely powerful. Not good. Luo Tian's eyes darkened. He grabbed Man Po and pulled him back. Get out of the way. Roar. With a loud bang, the well was suddenly filled with water. A ferocious-looking flood dragon, head covered in green scales, rushed out. It opened its bloody mouth and threw a person down before swallowing him. Crack! One of them was bitten into two, and blood gushed out from the dragon's mouth. At this moment, at the bottom of the well, a few terrified cries could be heard. Help! Help! Roar! The flood dragon's head shrank and once again fell to the bottom of the well. Chance! Luo Tian's eyes darkened. Wealth comes from danger. The idea moved. Xianming axe. Shua! The Xianming double axes landed in Luo Tian's hands. The axes were very special, and their power was also very special. Luo Tian did not care if they were special or not. He kept one axe and held the other axe tightly with both hands. Standing beside the well, his face darkened. Suddenly, bang, 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 the flood dragon's head rushed out again. At this moment, Luo Tian jumped high into the air, raised the axe above his head with both hands, and fiercely chopped down at the flood dragon that had suddenly rushed out of the well. Luo Tian roared. Ah, the Xianming axe slashed! The power of the axe burst forth, and the powerful force directly penetrated through, exploding on the head of the flood dragon. It was also at this moment that the flood dragon let out an intense cry of pain. Black blood spurted out crazily. At the same time, he became furious. Luo Tian stood on top of the flood dragon's head, his axe stuck in the flood dragon's skull, unable to be pulled out. Roar! The flood dragon was furious, and its head violently swung around. Luo Tian was thrown around in the air. Man Po looked at Luo Tian, the blood in his body boiling. I'll fight it out with you! Both fists exploded. Boom, boom. Two divine power talents burst forth, rushing to the side of the dry well and punching it with both fists. Bam! Bam! Two punches were thrown out, but his attack smashed onto the scales, and his fists were numb from the impact of the astral energy. His joints exploded, and he couldn't even break through the defense. What's going on? Man-Pa was a little fierce. He was very clear about how strong he was, but he couldn't even break through the flood dragon's defense? How was this possible? Moreover, the power from the flood dragon's body pushed him back, which was even more powerful. However, Man-Pa looked at Luo Tian, who was in the sky, and his heart sank. My realm has broken through and is higher than his, but the gap between my strength and his is getting bigger and bigger. He's really strong. Ha ha ha, so fierce. That's the boss of Man-Pa. Actually, it wasn't that Luo Tian's strength was stronger than Man-Pa's, but rather the power of the dark nether axe. Luo Tian did not check the attributes of the dark nether axe. If he checked, he would know. This pair of axes had a 100% defense penetration ability, which was why Luo Tian was able to hack into the flood dragon's head. It was also at this moment Chunyu and the others arrived and roared, "Violent Bear, go!" Roar. The Violent Bear was enraged and pounced forward. Just like Man-Pa, the Violent Bear was sent flying. Chunyu's face darkened. His defense is too strong. Instructor! Instructor! Zhu Ying and the others saw Luo Tian being thrown around in the air, and he was about to be thrown out. Once he got rid of it, even if he didn't die, he would still be half dead. Instructor! Zhu Ying rushed forward recklessly. Sheng Nan and the other female disciples were the same. Facing the incomparably terrifying flood dragon, they had already forgotten to be afraid. It was also at this time Luo Tian shouted, "Don't come over!" Heavenly Dragon Steps. 7th step? Meteor Break. Luo Tian's heart sank. He let go of the dark nether axe, took a step forward, and with a light under his feet, his body fell down like a meteor. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. At this moment, both of his hands were dripping with blood, and the web between his thumb and index finger was broken. Both of his arms were trembling non-stop. The power of the flood dragon was too terrifying. He could break through its defense, but his body could not withstand the intense recoil. Landing at the mouth of the well, Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly, looking at the flood dragon that was trying to throw the dark nether axe away. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he laughed disdainfully. "Hey, little bug, Grandpa is here!" The flood dragon glared at him. Roar! After letting out a loud roar, his body sank and he immediately shrunk down. A strange sound came from his throat. It was also at this moment Luo Tian moved his hands and took out the other dark nether axe. Yesterday was April Fool's Day. The old cow was taken into a ditch. I'm sorry. Chapter 2097. The axe was parallel to the mouth of the well. The horse stance was steady. The idea sank, and the spiritual energy in his body surged. Luo Tian condensed his qi and calmed his mind. The 7th blade! Dragon extermination. It was also at this moment the aura on Luo Tian's body had completely changed. The 7th move of the Tianlong saber technique was released. Using the axe as a blade, his strength surged, and a sky dragon's roar came out from his body. The powerful sky dragon's shadow superimposed on his body at this moment. The flood dragon's body shrank. As fast as lightning, it was impossible to touch. However, Luo Tian slashed out the moment the flood dragon's head shrunk. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The axe broke through the flood dragon's true spirit chi defense, causing a green scale to fly out. The moment the Xianming axe cut through the scale, the power of the Xianming axe and the Tianlong saber technique intertwined and crazily pierced through. Gotcha! Awoo! The flood dragon let out a furious roar. The axe did not stop at all. Luo Tian's body rushed forward and shouted, "Behead, head fall!" Ah! The veins on his arms bulged as all the power within him erupted. Crack! Bam! The flood dragon's head was chopped off horizontally and flew down. Half of its body was parallel to the mouth of the well, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The flood dragon's head smashed a house into ruins, and two huge eyes stared straight at Luo Tian. At this moment, half of his body struggled crazily and searched crazily. In just a few seconds, he disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, woo, woo, a woo! The screams of huge beasts came from the depths of the black pond. 10,000 beasts crawled on the ground, trembling. The birds fled in all directions. Luo Tian immediately shouted, "Remember the direction of the screams!" "Northeast." Chen Yu immediately shouted, "Awo, awo, damn humans, disciples of the Icefire sect, right? Prepare to die for me, The 9-headed flood dragon was extremely powerful. It had already cultivated to the point where it could speak the human language. As long as it broke through another level, it would be able to transform into a human, break through the shackles of the flood dragon, and become a huge dragon that roamed the horizon. However, this time, Luo Tian had cut off one of its 9 heads, greatly damaging its cultivation. It was no longer possible for it to transform back into a human. This made it infuriated. At this moment, the 9-headed flood dragon let out a strange cry, following which, the valley in the distance collapsed and dust filled the sky. Almost in an instant, all the demonic beasts within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers rushed towards the village in a frenzy. The demonic beasts were attacking the city. "Boss, the situation isn't looking good." Manpa looked at the distant trembling sound. This wasn't just a group of a few hundred beasts. This was an army of over 10,000 beasts. Even if an army came here, they would be instantly crushed into powder. Chun Yu looked at Luo Tian. Zhu Ying and the others also looked at Luo Tian. Demonic beasts attacking a city was no joke. Luo Tian walked in front of the flood dragon's head and pulled out the dark mystic axe from its head. He looked at the distant mountains and murmured, "Kill it!" "Huh. Ah. Instructor, are you crazy again?" "Ha ha ha," Manpa laughed excitedly. "Kill it. We must kill it. Ha ha ha. Demonic beasts attacking the city." This was a rare opportunity. How much experience was this? He had to be killed. Chun Yu also laughed and said, "Boss, just say it like this." Zhu Ying looked at the 3 men, then looked at the demonic beasts' army in the distant mountains, and muttered, "Are all men like this?" Shengnan laughed. "My blood is boiling." They were a little confused. It was obviously very dangerous, but each one of them was more excited than the other, like a madman. Moreover, when they killed the flood dragon just now, they all thought that Luo Tian would be eaten by the flood dragon. But what about him? Kill the flood dragon. The scene was too terrifying. Now that she thought about it, she felt a lingering fear in her heart. What if Luo Tian was swallowed by the flood dragon? Then, Luo Tian immediately said, "Chun Yu, Violent Bear, will scout the way. I need to know the location of the demonic beasts' army and us." "Understood." Chun Yu moved and directly conversed with the Violent Bear. The Violent Bear roared and crazily rushed into the forest. This was the advantage of a war beast. The Violent Bear was completely obedient to Chun Yu. Chun Yu said, "It has already gone. I believe it will be back soon." Luo Tian laughed. "I actually like it when he comes back later. If he comes back too early, it means that the demonic beasts are too close to us." Then, Luo Tian said to Zhu Ying and the others, "You guys collect all the kerosene used by every household in this village in the shortest amount of time possible. The more the better, the more you have." Zhu Ying did not ask further, since it was something that Luo Tian wanted to do. Even if the result was death, she would not hesitate to carry it out. The other 4 girls were the same. Luo Tian gave them a new life. Manpa asked anxiously, "Boss, what about me? What about me? What did I do? I can do anything with my strength." Luo Tian laughed. "Are you sure?" Manpa said, "Of course I'm sure. That's an army of demonic beasts. I've never encountered one in my life." Luo Tian looked at the hillside outside the village and said, "Manzi, do you see that hillside? There should be a small col at the bottom of the hill. That is the path that the demonic beast's army must pass through. I need a huge pit in that kernel. Man-po was stunned for a moment and said, Boss, you don't want me to dig a hole, do you? Luo Tian smiled and said, Correct answer. I'll reward you with an iron hoe. It's not just you. Chinyu, you have to go too. The deeper the pit, the better, the bigger the better. In short, dig bigger, deeper, and more importantly, you guys have to be faster. We don't have much time left. Luo Tian reminded. Man Zi also knew that the matter was urgent, so he carried a large wave of iron hose and rushed out with Chinyu. Then, Luo Tian also rushed into the forest with the dark nether axe in his hand. The demonic beasts attacked the city. It was bound to be an unstoppable force. The shock wave was extremely powerful, and no matter how strong Luo Tian was, it was impossible for him to be a match for this wave. Therefore, blocking the first wave was of utmost importance. He had to be prepared for everything. One had to know that the demonic beast's army was the best time to farm experience, as long as, if he could fill up the experience, he would be able to kill everything in an instant. The same went for the 9-headed flood dragon. Therefore, he needed this large wave of experience. Other than this, Zhu Ying, Shengnan, and the others also needed this wave of demonic beasts. The entire body of a demonic beast was a treasure that could be used as a resource. The blood essence of a demonic beast could be refined into a dense spiritual energy. Even the bones of a demonic beast were a very good material for refining. To Man-po, this was a large wave of opponents for the trial. If he wanted to increase his strength and martial skills, he had to increase them in a true life and death battle. What were cultivation resources? These were them. In another place, Icefire Sect. 1,000 prenatal stones had already been converted into dense energy, activating the teleportation array. Situ Chong took a step into the array. Behind him were several men dressed in black robes, their bodies emitting a dense aura. Situ Chong said to the array formation disciple, You've never seen me before, do you understand? That disciple didn't dare to say anything and quickly nodded. Then, the array was activated. The corner of Situ Chong's mouth turned cold. Luo Tian, I'm here. Chapter 2098. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound shook the heavens. Getting closer and closer, the huge group of demon beasts connected the sky, like rolling thunder rolling down from the sky, constantly approaching. Strong, incomparably strong. Just the roar of these 10,000 beasts was enough to shatter a person's mind. At this moment, Luo Tian stood on the hillside, both of his hands tightly gripping onto the Xianming double axes. His eyes were firm, without the slightest bit of panic or fear. There was only excitement. On the left and right behind him, Man-po was on the right and Chenyu was on the left. Their eyes were the same, emitting excitement. Only the 5 girls were a little afraid. They didn't want to be afraid, but they couldn't. Their minds couldn't bear the impact of the huge footsteps. It was very uncomfortable. Their cultivation wasn't high to begin with, so they couldn't bear it. Their faces were a little pale. Gudong, Zhu Ying said slightly. Instructor, it's coming. Luo Tian looked at the other hillside, the corner of his mouth curled up, his hands tightly gripping onto the Xianming double axes, and laughed excitedly. The first wave of demon beasts is here. On the opposite mountain, a chimpanzee like demon beast hammered its chest with both fists and let out a heavy roar, as if it was the wrath of King Kong. Roar, roar, it was also at this time. The 9-headed flood dragon's voice, once again, sounded from the depths of the mountain range. Crush these lowly humans for me. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. As soon as his voice faded, those demon beasts seemed to have been injected with stimulants as they rushed down the hill even more desperately. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Boom, boom. The valley shook violently. It could be said that the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The entire world was shaking. Zhu Ying and Shengnan were fine, but the other three were unable to stand steadily and began to sway. Luo Tian's gaze darkened and said, "Come on, come on! Prepare the rockets." Manpai and Shangnan pulled their bows at the same time, and Xian pulled their bows to the sky. "Steady! Steady! You must be steady," Luo Tian reminded them, and seeing that the leading chimpanzee demon beast had suddenly fallen into the trap, he shouted, "Fire!" Whoosh! Whoosh! Two huge rockets shot into the huge pit. Rumble! 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 The huge pit was filled with kerosene. The kerosene was burning crazily. The chimpanzee roared crazily and tried to escape. However, the pit was surrounded by kerosene. It was so slippery that it couldn't get up. What was worse was the demonic beasts rushing down from the hillside couldn't stop themselves due to inertia, and all of them rushed down like a swarm of bees. The flames burned the sky, and the valley turned into a sea of fire. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a demon beast, gaining 500 experience points and 100 spiritual energy points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a demon beast. You've gained 480 experience points, 90 spiritual energy points. The system notification rang out crazily. It was like setting off firecrackers. Luo Tian closed his eyes and said to himself, "This is a feeling I haven't felt in a long time." It had to be said, this was the first time he felt so good since coming to the primal chaos realm. His experience points skyrocketed. His spiritual energy also surged wildly. At this moment, Luo Tian felt indescribably good. Manpa, Qinyu, and the others were also excited. "Boss, your fire attack is so cool!" All of a sudden, the shock waves of these demonic beasts were disintegrated. Too cool! The girls' hearts also relaxed. In their hearts, they admired Luo Tian even more. However, Luo Tian was not too excited and said slightly, "There will be a moment when the kerosene runs out and those demonic beasts will eventually charge over." It was just like a war. There would always be a moment when the bullets and cannonballs would run out. In the end, they would still have to use their bayonets and fight hand to hand. A few minutes passed. The huge pit was filled with corpses, and the deep pit was no longer there. The flames also slowly extinguished. The demonic beasts that had retreated slightly recovered their strength and began the second wave of attacks. Those demonic beasts' eyes emitted a bloody light, and they were incomparably angry, as if they had been played by an ant-like weakling. Roar! With a furious roar, he attacked again. This time, the valley shook once again, and its aura became even more ferocious. Instructor! Instructor, we? Ruo Qin's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and she was so scared that her face turned pale. This was the first time she had experienced such a scene. Luo Tian said, "Qinyu, protect them well." Barbarian, prepare to open the big one. Manpa was startled for a moment, a little puzzled, and asked, "Open the big one? Boss, how do I open the big one?" Luo Tian laughed. "I'm too addicted to the game." "That is to explode with all your strength and unleash the power of that divine ability's wrath." Manpa scratched his head and said excitedly, "Understood." At this moment, Luo Tian leaned forward and said, "Listen to my orders. Remember, you must wait for my orders." Manpa was startled for a moment and said, "Oh, I understand." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian leaped up and rushed down heavily. Roar! Chen Yu's Violent Bear ran up. Luo Tian jumped up and stood on Violent Bear's head, saying excitedly, "Black Bear, you should open the big one too." Roar! The Violent Bear roared. The armor on its body emitted a strong sound of impact, and threads of lightning erupted from between its claws. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! At the bottom of the hill, Luo Tian jumped high into the air and said to the tyrannical bear, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Violent Bear was puzzled. However, looking at Luo Tian's expression, he did not hesitate to turn around and run back. What is he going to do? What is boss going to do? Instructor, it's too dangerous. They were all stunned. They had no idea what Luo Tian wanted to do. Running into a group of demon beasts by himself. Wasn't that courting death? What exactly did Luo Tian want to do? They didn't understand at all. At this moment, all the demon beasts rushed towards Luo Tian, covering the sky and covering the earth as they pounced towards him. The nine-headed flood dragon's voice sounded again. Lowly human, die, ha ha ha, die! You're thinking too much. Luo Tian looked at the densely packed demon beasts around him, put away the dual axes in his hands, and took out another item. Vajra pestle, something that the old devil of Boulder had given him. This thing had the power to kill a group of people. Luo Tian stood still. He was not in a hurry. The more demon beasts there were, the better, the denser the better. The idea moved. Luo Tian's aura surged into the Vajra pestle, and he roared, Vajra's demonic might, open for me! At the same time, in another place, in the huge cave, old devil of Boulder opened his eyes. The power of the Vajra pestle has been activated. Is young master in danger? He was suddenly worried. It was also at this moment. There was still a long way to go from the village. Situ Chang's group of 5 landed, because the transmission array was forcefully opened by 1,000 elemental stones. They did not arrive at the same coordinates as Luo Tian and the others. Situ Chong looked into the distance and asked, What is that? An old man behind him had a face full of astonishment as he said in shock, I have never seen such a powerful devil intent. Chapter 2099. The Vajra pestle struck down. The powerful devil intent was released like a thunderbolt. With Luo Tian as the center, the ancient runes on the Vajra pestle exploded, and streaks of lightning shot out like they were from the abyss of hell. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It continued to rush into the sky, illuminating the entire night sky as if it was daytime. As long as the demon beasts in the valley touched the lightning, they would immediately turn into ashes. Not even their bones would be left behind. Powerful, unparalleled valiance. Luo Tian himself was scared silly. This power, it's simply unparalleled. It was really too strong. Is this the power of the Boulder old demon? Is this the power of my father's subordinates? How strong is it? The beat from the system exploded crazily, 100 times stronger than the fire oil attack just now. Bam, 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 ding. The system has entered a burning state. Do you wish to level up? Luo Tian did not hesitate for 1/10 of a second, and immediately said, Level up! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, low level Furious Sea Realm. Level up, Martial Sea Realm, and now the Furious Sea Realm. Luo Tian could clearly feel that the power in his body had become extraordinary. Moreover, his sea of consciousness suddenly began to churn, and he did not feel any discomfort. On the contrary, it was a kind of surging, and feeling extremely good. This was the power of the Furious Sea Realm. The power of the Vajra pestle slowly weakened. Luo Tian raised his head and roared, 9-headed flood dragon, continue! Incomparably arrogant. The 9-headed flood dragon was incomparably furious. Damned human, I will make you pay the price. I will definitely make you pay the price of your death. Luo Tian roared. Come, if you have the guts, come now. If you don't have the guts, let me pay the price. Today, I will turn your Blackpool mountain range upside down. I will let you know what the price of death is. As soon as his voice faded, Luo Tian said to Manpa on the hillside, Barbarian, kill him! Manpa and the others were completely shocked by Luo Tian's sudden burst of power. They were still in shock and couldn't react. The power just now was heaven-defying. Hearing Luo Tian's voice, Manpa ran down and said, Boss, aren't you too awesome? What kind of power was that? Too powerful. He had always felt that he was about the same level as Luo Tian. The difference in strength and cultivation wouldn't be too big. After all, he had both strength and defense. His talent wasn't inferior to Luo Tian's. Even though he had lost to Luo Tian in the assessment arena, he had always felt that he would be able to catch up to Luo Tian sooner or later. It had been a while since they last met. Luo Tian's cultivation did not change. He had broken through 2 realms. He thought that he had caught up to Luo Tian, but in just one day, Luo Tian broke through 2 realms. Furthermore, most importantly, the power that erupted from him was something that he could not touch even if he looked up to him. This kind of strength was unshakable. Strong. He's really strong. However, Manpa rushed to Luo Tian's side and said heavily, "Boss, I will definitely catch up to you. I will definitely not admit defeat." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Kill." Manpa took the lead and directly charged into the demon beasts that were fleeing in all directions. Luo Tian shouted to Qinyu, "You guys can collect the bones of demon beasts, the surrounding spirit herbs, and ores, but remember, you must follow our footsteps, understand?" Qinyu said, "Understood." "Instructor, you're really mighty. Too handsome." The 5 girls had completely become infatuated. They were originally extremely afraid, but now they were not afraid at all. Now, not to mention the SSS level, even if it was a dangerous mission with 100 stars, they would not be afraid because Luo Tian was here. Luo Tian roared, "Kill!" Holding the axe with one hand, he took a step forward and slashed out with the axe. Wrath of the Heavenly Dragon! They were trembling from the powerful force within the Vajra. Those demon beasts had completely lost the ability to resist, and they were no longer able to attack Luo Tian. The 9-headed flood dragon did not issue any more orders. Instead, it fell silent. Luo Tian knew, since he had killed one of the 9-headed flood dragon, it would definitely not let this matter rest. It would definitely organize an even more powerful army of demon beasts to attack. Before it could organize, Luo Tian would kill it with one slash. So Luo Tian's speed was very fast, and he crazily chased after it. If we follow the tracks of these demon beasts, we will definitely be able to find the sky black pool. Luo Tian became excited. I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find the way. Manpa, tell them to hurry up. As long as it's a high-grade item, don't waste time on low-grade items. There were too many dangers in the Black Pool mountain range, and there could be danger at any time. Luo Tian was a little worried about the 6 of them behind. Manpa said to Qinyu, who was already a little behind them, "Hurry up!" Then, without saying anything, he followed Luo Tian's footsteps and rushed forward. He also wanted to break through and stimulate the power in his body. Slowly, they were somewhat disconnected from Chen Yu's group of 6. In another place, the high-level domain of the Chaos Realm, Chaotic Heaven Divine Realm. In the Xiantian Divine Palace, a white-haired old man slightly raised his eyes. The moment his eyes flashed, it was as if a million years of power had burst out in an instant. Demonic intent. Powerful demonic intent. "Lord Divine Lord, what do you see?" An old man asked respectfully. The white-haired old man said faintly, "Luo Shurclan's demonic intent." Luo Shurclan? The legendary Luo Shurclan? Weren't they all killed? How could there still be Luo Shurclan's demonic intent? That's right, Lord Divine Lord, could there be a mistake? The white-haired old man said faintly, "Just now, when I was in the spiritual world, I felt a demonic intent that belonged to the Luo Shurclan soaring into the sky. It was very strong, and it was in the Marshalsea region." Marshalsea region. This is a low-level domain. How could there be a remnant of the Luo Shurclan? The white-haired old man shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about this, but Master Xiantian reminded me repeatedly before immortalization that I must pay attention to the Luo Shurclan. Once I find them, I must not let them live. I would rather kill the wrong person than let them go." Those years, in the entire Chaos Realm, as long as one had the surname Luo, they were all killed. There were countless casualties. Even so, for 1,000,000 years, once a martial artist with the surname Luo was found, they would all be killed. Now a few million years had passed. Unexpectedly, the white-haired old man himself did not believe it, but he believed in his feelings. It could not be wrong. Immediately, the white-haired old man said faintly, "Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, go to the Marshalsea region and investigate thoroughly." "Yes, Master." Chapter 2100. Other than the chaotic Heaven Divine Realm. There were many other places that could sense this huge demonic intent. In a certain corner of the Chaos Sacred Realm, Zhao Ling looked up at the sky, his eyes lost in thought as he muttered, "Uncle, are you here?" At this moment, she was no longer that little lowly. She had already grown into a slender and elegant young lady. She was also the #1 beauty in the Chaos Sacred Realm, a Black Pool mountain range. Luo Tian and Man charged forward. It could be said that not a single blade of grass remained along the way, which was exceptionally sharp. The more they killed, the more excited they became. So much so that they forgot about Qinyu and the 5 female disciples of Team Overlord Flower who couldn't keep up with their speed. From late at night to dawn, and from day to night, for 3 consecutive days and 3 nights, Luo Tian did not stop to rest as he continued to chase and kill. Finally, on the evening of the 4th day, he could not see a single demon beast in front of him. Moreover, in front of him was a huge cliff. Luo Tian stopped. "There are no more demon beasts here than here." Luo Tian moved a few steps forward and looked down. The bottom of the cliff was covered in fog, and he couldn't see anything clearly. It was like a bottomless abyss. Man said, "Boss, killing on this road is too satisfying. I've never felt so good in my life, ha ha. The heads of the 9-headed flood dragon have been chopped off, and the demon beasts have also been killed. Just by collecting the resources of the demon beasts along the way, we have made a huge profit this time." How about Man wanted to back out? It wasn't that he was afraid, but that he didn't want to take the risk anymore. They had already made a profit, and this time it was enough to shock the Ice Fire sect. Going back wouldn't cause him to lose face. Luo Tian was startled for a moment, then looked at Man and said, "Barbarian, you can't be afraid, right?" Man laughed faintly. "Do you think I'm someone who's afraid? It's just that, boss, we've already earned a lot this time, so there's no need to take any more risks." Indeed, he had earned it this time. Moreover, he had killed one of the 9-headed flood dragon. It could be said that no one could do this, and no one would dare to laugh at them when they returned. However, what was a 9-headed flood dragon? It was a boss. Moreover, it was a super boss. He had to kill it. He had to drop it. Luo Tian said, "Barbarian, trust me. The 9-headed flood dragon will definitely be slain." Man, he wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he stayed behind. Although he was a big guy and had brute strength all his life, he was not a fool. Looking at Luo Tian's determined eyes, he said, "Since you want to fight, then I'll accompany you." "Hee," Luo Tian said. "I don't know where Qinyu and the others are." "Manzi, I'll wait for you here. Go and receive Qinyu. When the time comes, we'll search for the Black Sky Pool together." He didn't think too much about it and said, "All right, you rest first." Man turned around and rushed into the dense forest. Following the path he came from to find Qinyu and the others. Half a minute after he disappeared, Luo Tian stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the bottomless abyss. He focused his mind and roared, "9-headed flood dragon, you're down there, right?" Buzz. Rumble. Luo Tian's sea of consciousness suddenly exploded. His sea of consciousness, which was like a raging sea, could not withstand such a powerful impact. His body sank, and his mind was almost crushed. It was incomparably uncomfortable. "Brat, you really came here to die." A strong gust of wind blew past the abyss, and the fog dispersed. A huge deep pool appeared, a deep black pool. On the surface of the deep pool, There was a dark red color. It was probably caused by the head being chopped off and bleeding. On the surface of the water, one of the 9 heads revealed itself, looking at Luo Tian on the cliff. Its body suddenly sprung up. Swish! Water splashed into the sky. A huge dragon head rushed out, and the powerful flood dragon's aura arrogantly crushed the surroundings, causing the entire valley to tremble. However, not all of the heads of the 9-headed flood dragon had appeared. There was only one head. The other 7 heads were hidden in the water. The flood dragon's head was parallel to the cliff, and its 2 huge eyes stared at Luo Tian sinisterly. With a glare, it said coldly, "Lowly human." Huff! The flood dragon's breath gushed out. It formed a strong wind that swept over. Luo Tian was a little unsteady, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and he sneered, "Lowly! If I'm lowly, then how did your head break? Speaking of which, you're really weak." It was also at this moment. With a thought, Luo Tian said, "Target locked." Ding! Target locked. Ding! System notification. The 9-headed flood dragon has 9 heads and 9 lives. Killing one will not cause an instant kill. System notification. The 9-headed flood dragon has 9 heads and 9 lives. Killing one will not cause an instant kill. The system continuously sounded out. Luo Tian's heart trembled as he cursed. F***CK. These 3 days and 3 nights of nonstop killing were all for the sake of filling up his experience and entering the burning state. Then he would lock onto the 9-headed flood dragon and kill it in one move. It was that simple, but now he actually wanted to kill it 9 times. How did he do it? Just one instant kill was not enough, and killing one didn't give him any experience at all. The 9-headed flood dragon's eyes were filled with anger as he said solemnly, "Then kill one more and see now. It's your turn to die." The flood dragon was enraged. A sound exploded from his throat. In the blink of an eye, a huge roar came out from the water, directly rushing towards Luo Tian. The scene was as if the sky had split open and water was pouring out. "Die!" "Ha ha ha!" The flood dragon laughed wildly. However, Luo Tian also laughed sinisterly and said, "I'm going to die? I think you're going to die, right?" Then Luo Tian moved. "Let's cut off your 2nd head first. Release instant kill. Ding. Confirm?" Luo Tian replied without hesitation, "Confirm." Crack. The 100% experience slot instantly emptied and returned to 0. In that instant, target locked. The sky sank and a vortex appeared. A wave of energy came crashing down from the vortex. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An incomparably huge force exploded on the flood dragon's head and directly entered its body from the top of its head. The instant kill power directly penetrated through its body, causing its body to become transparent, shine, and crack. Countless cracks appeared on its body, and the flood dragon was incomparably furious. "Who are you? What is this? What kind of power is this?" No. "Brat, you will die. I will definitely get it." Not waiting for him to finish, the flood dragon's entire body below its head turned into dust, and its incomparably huge head flew into the air. The 2nd head of the 9-headed flood dragon was dead. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for causing critical damage. The 9-headed flood dragon's HP has been reduced by 1/3. Defense reduced by 1/3. Damage reduced by 1/3. Although the instant kill power could not instantly kill all 8 of them, it still caused quite a bit of damage to the flood dragon. Luo Tian looked at the abyss and gritted his teeth. "While you're sick, I'll take your life." He directly jumped down. Chapter 2101. 3 days and 3 nights worth of hard work in exchange for an instant kill. If he couldn't kill the 9-headed flood dragon, then he would have suffered a huge loss. Luo Tian naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. Moreover, 2 of the 9-headed flood dragon's heads had already been cut off, leaving only 7 heads. it was already heavily injured, so this was naturally the best time to take his life while he was sick. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian jumped down. In the distance, when Manpa heard the huge commotion on the cliff, he turned around just in time to see Luo Tian jumping down the cliff. His heart immediately sank as he roared, "Boss!" In that instant, Manpa turned around and rushed towards the cliff. "Go! Catch him!" A cold voice resounded in the air. A black shadow appeared in front of Manpa and blocked his path with a cold blade. Manpo's eyes darkened. "Scram! You're courting death." Then the black-robed old man moved and attacked with his blade. Manpo's arms sank, and a burst of power erupted from his body. He did not defend, but instead heavily collided with it. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. He used his body to block the blade. Manpa did not retreat, but instead rushed forward. The cold blade was placed on his chest, and there was not a single wound on his body. Defensive sacred art. Manpo's exclusive sacred art. The black-robed old man's face turned sinister. His defense is indeed a bit strong. I didn't expect there to be such a defensive sacred art, but then you still have to get down. The old man's gaze turned cold as he withdrew his cold blade. The moment he withdrew his blade, Manpa hugged his arms and held onto the black-robed old man tightly and said solemnly, "I said scram!" As he hugged his arms, the muscles on his arms doubled in size. Heavenly Bear Fury. The Heavenly Bear bloodline erupted. He hugged the black-robed old man's waist and exerted force. "Kacha! Kacha!" A series of bone-cracking sounds rang out. The black-robed old man's eyeballs were about to pop out. His face was incomparably pale as he let out a blood-curdling scream. His spine broke. Manpa grabbed the old man's back and threw him away. He shouted, "Get the hell out of here!" Then, he crazily rushed towards the cliff. Divine Power Art. Godly Armor Theurgy. Coupled with the Sky Bear bloodline, you are indeed the treasure of the Formation Engraving Hall. However, you want to compete with my brother with your strength? Ice Fire Sex, second place on the Wind Cloud list. Brutal break. You're going to lie down here today. The person who had come was none other than Situ Chom, who had been chasing after him for 3 days and 3 nights. The Flood Dragon's loud tremor had allowed them to quickly find this place. Seeing Manpa, Situ Chom sneered. "Anyone who threatens my brother will die. The Situ family wants to control the entire Ice Fire sect. Both of you attack together." Shortly after, the figures of the 2 black-robed old men behind Situ hung flashed and landed in front of Manpa. Manpa looked at Situ Chong and said, "You should be that damn eunuch who was crippled by Boss Luo, right?" Situ Chong. The words "damned eunuch" pierced him deeply. The hatred in his heart burst forth. He shouted, "Beat him to death for me! Beat him hard!" Boom! Boom! 2 black-robed old men rushed forward. They were all from the Situ family, and their strength was not weak. They were all at the middle level of the Angry Sea, and they were all holding a small dagger in their hands. Manpa was enraged and rushed forward. Bam! Bam! For a moment, the 3 of them were entangled together. Manpa displayed his talent to the fullest. Although the cultivation of the 2 elders was a bit stronger than him, his talent made up for it. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. 5 minutes later, dozens of moves were over. An old man behind Situ Chom looked at him coldly and said with disdain, "Useless thing!" Before his voice had faded, his figure had already landed behind Manpa. His 5 fingers formed a claw and instantly grabbed onto Manpo's shoulder and collarbone. The power on his 2 fingers was like a dagger piercing through. Shwa! Ah! Manpa cried out in pain. His collarbone was hooked by 2 fingers. Blood spurted out, and he was dragged back heavily. Bam! Manpo's huge body fell down, not waiting for him to stand up. The old man stepped on his chest and punched him in the head. "Lie down!" Bam! The difference in cultivation between Manpa and this old man was too great. They were not on the same level at all, adding on the fact that the sneak attack had broken through his divine armor's defense. He was even less of a match for him. With a punch to the head, his head was about to explode. It was incomparably uncomfortable and he fainted. The seventh one. Only that bastard Luo Tian is left. Situ Chong walked up, looked at the unconscious Manpa, kicked him, and said disdainfully, "You think you're qualified to compete with my brother? Are you qualified? Lock him up and lock him up with them. I want to catch Luo Tian and kill these people one by one in front of him. I want him to experience 100 times the pain." Situ Chong clenched his teeth and said, "Chun Yu." Zhu Ying and the others had been captured. Luo Tian's team was left with only Luo Tian. Moreover, at this time, he had no idea that he had jumped into the abyss by himself. Situ Chong looked at the cliff in the distance and said faintly, "Where is this place?" The old man who ambushed Manpa said, "It should be the sky-black pool, the place where the 9-headed flood dragon is." The dragon's angry roar just now should have come from the 9-headed flood dragon. Situ Chong was startled for a moment and said, "This dog really came? His brain is really full of water. Using trash like them to do an SSS-level mission is simply courting death." The old man said, "Just now I saw a figure jump down from the cliff." "Could that kid?" Situ Chong's eyes darkened as he stared at the old man and said coldly, "What? Are you afraid?" His eyes turned cold as he said, faintly, "SSS-level mission, 10 stars danger factor. How many experts have died here? I think that kid is dead for sure. There's no need for us to take any more risks, not waiting for him to finish." Situ Chong immediately shouted, "If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Even if he's dead, even if he's only left with a bone, I want to crush his bone into powder. Go and find him." His hatred for Luo Tian was bone deep. Situ Chong's current position in the Situ family was not ordinary. Coupled with his relationship with Situ Hong, all the elders in the family had to listen to him. The most important point was, after Situ Chong's eggs were shattered, Situ Hong obtained a set of eunuchs' exclusive cultivation method from who knows where. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and in less than a month he had already broken through consecutively. It was also because of this that he became an inner sect elite disciple. Situ Chong looked in the direction of the cliff and said sinisterly, "Luo Tian, no matter if you're dead or alive, I will find you." Shwa, shwa, shwa. The wind howled and Luo Tian could not open his eyes. Painful screams continuously erupted from the depths of the cold pond. Shwa. Luo Tian rushed into the deep pond, looked at the huge creature at the bottom of the cold pond, and shouted in his heart, "Mad Dog Mode!" Open. Chapter 2102. Olaf's Big Move. His entire body was red and he was in a berserk state. Ignore everything. What he wanted was to do it. What he wanted was to kill. So, the moment Luo Tian rushed into the deep pool, the Xian Ming double axes in his hands, did not care about anything else, and slashed down on a dragon head that was rushing towards him. Bam! Bam! Blood filled the air, and it was impossible to see clearly in the deep pool. In less than a few seconds, a dragon head was chopped into a hornet's nest by the crazy Luo Tian. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the 3rd dragon head. 9-headed flood dragon's defense attack speed decreased. The system beeped again. Luo Tian was extremely excited. His strength was completely berserk. Coupled with the penetrating power of the Xian Ming double axes, he was simply invincible. The most important point was, the 9-headed flood dragon was in severe pain. Just as Luo Tian said, take his life while he was sick. For a moment, he was completely stunned by Luo Tian. Before he could react, the 3rd head was chopped off, and it was in extreme pain. It struggled crazily in the deep pool. and the remaining 6 heads wanted to attack crazily, letting out earth-shattering screams. Woo woo, woo woo. 1 head represented this attribute. 3 heads were chopped off, and the 9-headed flood dragon's vitality was greatly damaged. Luo Tian kept dodging in the deep pool, and at the same time he kept rushing to the bottom of the pool. The 9-headed flood dragon could not leave this deep pool. Only his head could continuously extend and shuttle back and forth, so much so that even though this place was so far away from the village, his head could still extend. It was the same for the waterhead just now. His body could not leave the deep pool. What was the reason? Luo Tian was not sure, but he was clear that it must be at the bottom of the pool. There must be something in the pool, and his 9 heads must be linked together. One had to remove the roots. Today I will remove your roots. Let's see if you can still be so cocky. Luo Tian quickly dived into the water. Damn it! Damn human! I'm going to eat you! Ah! The 6 heads were like huge black lightning bolts in the deep pool, continuously rushing towards Luo Tian. Fill it up for 3 days. I don't know if it's enough, but I'll hold it off for a while. Luo Tian took out the Vajra scepter in his hand. Without waiting for the 6 heads to attack, his hand shook and his mind instructs, in a second, activated, and he shouted in his heart, Vajra demonic Buddha, open for me! He released his power. Luo Tian left the Vajra in the water, and his body continued to dive down. Bang! Bang! The Vajra's power seemed to have a mind of its own. It formed a huge barrier that protected Luo Tian's back. The 6 gigantic heads smashed into each other crazily. The power was too strong. Bang! Bang! Rumble! The power that erupted from the deep pool kept attacking the screen, and the ancient runes on the Vajra scepter burst out with a strong light. He guarded it with all his might. The 6 dragon heads were completely out of the question. At this moment, in another place, in the cave, old Devil Boulder's entire body was drenched in sweat. His power had entered a type of nothingness and was constantly being transmitted. When Luo Tian first used the Vajra scepter to release the powerful devil intent, he had been paying attention to Luo Tian at all times. He had left a wisp of idea on Luo Tian's body. This idea was constantly paying attention to Luo Tian, and at the critical moment, it could trigger the hidden power in the Vajra scepter. Actually, what old Devil Boulder was truly worried about was that some hidden rankers would discover the devil intent in the Vajra scepter because this devil intent was the exclusive devil intent of the Luo Shi clan. The consequences of being discovered, this was also why he told Luo Tian not to use it unless it was a critical moment. After Luo Tian used it, he immediately became nervous. 9-headed bug, you want to eat, young master? You must be tired of living. Old Devil Boulder shouted in his heart, feeling extremely unhappy. The power within the Vajra scepter continued to increase, and those dragon heads were completely unable to break through the barrier. Luo Tian did not care about what was happening behind him. He had no time to care about this, because he saw something flickering with a golden light at the bottom of the pool. Boss Halo! Huff! Luo Tian exhaled, his body sank, the Xianming axe in his hands moved. He did not care about anything else. The 2 axes heavily chopped down. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The water split open. Luo Tian's arm was numb from the shock. The web between his thumb and index finger split open, and fresh blood gushed out. It was also at this time. Luo Tian could clearly see the thing at the bottom of the pool. It was a huge statue. Inside the statue's mouth, the bodies of the 9-headed dragon were intertwined together. All of the 9-headed dragon's power was absorbed from the statue. This 9-headed flood dragon had been here for tens of thousands of years. It was incomparably ferocious, and just by relying on the statue, it was about to transform into a dragon. Then what kind of spirit treasure was this statue? Unimaginable. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly and said solemnly, If I can't split you apart, I'll kill this 9-headed flood dragon first. The statue was very strong. Moreover, this was a huge statue's head. What was it? Luo Tian didn't know at all. He only knew one thing now, and that was to kill the 9-headed flood dragon first. As for the other things, he would talk about them later. No matter what it was all mine. 9-headed flood dragon, you're awesome, aren't you? You're the one who wants to eat me, right? Come, let's see who eats who now. Luo Tian raised his head and looked at the 6 dragon heads that were bound by the power of the Vajra pestle, and moved his 2 axes. Chop! Whoosh, whoosh. 2 axes chopped down. Scales flew everywhere. Blood spurted out, and the 6 dragon heads crazily clashed against each other. But who was the old devil of Boulder? A huge demon owl from 1,000,000 years ago. He was once a super general of the Luo Shi clan, although he was bound and most of his power was sealed. But he could crush the 9-headed flood dragon with just a little bit of power. 1 axe is not enough? Then 2 axes. Luo Tian moved his arms, and a powerful force slashed down. Rumble! Awoo! Awoo! This was the root of the 9-headed flood dragon, where their lifeblood was and also where their defense was the weakest. A flood dragon roar. Painful screams. What's the situation? Situ Chang's face changed, and he immediately shouted, Could it be he really killed a dragon? Impossible. Even a broken sea realm expert is not a match for the 9-headed flood dragon. He definitely can't be a match for it. Situ Chang's mind tightened. He heard very clearly that it was the flood dragon's screams. Immediately, rush to the sky black pool for me. No matter who it is, you must get this mission for me. SSS level mission. From now on, I will be the number 1 person on the ranking list. Ha ha ha. Situ Chong laughed excitedly. The 2 elders quickly rushed to the sky black pool. In the deep pool, Luo Tian's 2 axes chopped down crazily, and the water of the deep pool was already dyed red. Looking at the last bit, Luo Tian excitedly said, Explode for me! Chapter 2103. The last bit of HP. The last axe. Luo Tian's blood boiled as he slashed down heavily. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The huge body of the 9-headed flood dragon was cut in half. They let out a mournful scream, and at the same time, their bodies quickly stiffened. Then, one by one, they floated up and covered the entire black pool. It was also at this moment. The power of the Vajra scepter was withdrawn, and it was as if an iron pillar had sunk into a deep pool. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing 9-headed flood dragon, for obtaining an experience point and a spirit force point of 10,000. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining water elemental power. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining fire elemental power. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining wind elemental power. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining ice elemental power. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining thunder elemental power. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining electric elemental power. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining nether elemental power. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining wood elemental power. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining metal elemental power. Do you wish to fuse it? The system's voice exploded. 9 flood dragons, one with 1 attribute. All of them were elemental powers. This kind of power was spiritual energy, tens of thousands of times more powerful than spirit stones. Even the peak experts of the martial sea realm did not have such an existence. Luo Tian's heart was boiling. Elemental power! It's actually the power of the elements. Ha ha ha, this thing is awesome. Without waiting for him to fuse, the system sounded out again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Holy Ancient Devil Statue. In that instant, the huge devil statue disappeared from the bottom of the pool and landed in Luo Tian's space ring. Item: Holy Ancient Devil Statue Grade. Attribute. Description: this item was refined from the soul essence of the Holy Ancient Great Emperor. It has the power to nurture all living beings. Description 2. This item has the body of a 9-headed WIRM. As long as the user activates it, the 9-headed WIRM can be summoned to battle. F***CK. Sacred Ancient Demon Statue? This Luo Tian was seething with excitement as he looked at the description of the ancient sage devil statue. Just the second description was enough to make him excited. He can summon 9 flood dragons to fight for him. Ha ha ha. The 9-headed drake thought that they had taken over the golem. So it was the golem that was controlling them. Luo Tian laughed. Sacred Ancient Great Emperor? Who is this guy? I've never heard of him. I'll have to ask Boulder, Old Demon, next time. Luo Tian muttered. He felt that this holy ancient emperor wasn't simple. How do you cultivate the power of 10,000 spirits? Luo Tian didn't understand. Can you cultivate 10,000 spirits and cultivate the power of the seal? If only I could undo the seal on Boulder Geezer's body. Forget it. I'll think about it when I get back. After staying in the water for so long, Luo Tian had reached his limit. He picked up the Vajra and swam towards the water surface. Beside the black lake. Fresh blood. Everywhere was fresh blood. The bodies of the 9-headed drake covered the entire lake. The scene was extremely shocking. Who was it? Who could have killed the 9-headed flood dragon? This power is too terrifying. An old man looked at the black pond, his expression changing. His heart was in a mess. Don't worry so much. The 9-headed drake screamed just now. The person who killed him must have left. Let's collect these drake heads first. This is the standard of the mission. Another old man said. Every mission had its own standard. To find the heavenly spirit flower, one had to hand over the heavenly spirit flower to complete the mission. In the Black Lake, the standard of the mission to kill the 9-headed drake was the drake heads. As long as the heads were taken out, the mission would be completed. The drake heads were very important. We're in luck, ha ha ha. SSS level mission. Just the sect points alone are as high as 1,000,000 points. How many good things can we exchange for? These are all secondary. The key is the influence. After completing this mission, we will definitely be number 1 on the ranking board. Moreover, if the inner sect takes it seriously, we might even be pushed into the heaven ranking of the Chaos Realm. Even the peerless genius Situ Hong hasn't entered the heaven ranking. Ha ha ha. This time, not only did we capture 5 beauties, we also completed this super mission. We've earned a lot this time. Those 5 girls are all so freshy. They are all virgins. If we hand this mission to the young master, those 5 beauties will be ours, ha ha ha. Other than that, we also cleared the obstacles for the Situ family. Manpa from the Array Carving Hall and Chinyu from the Beast Taming Hall are both this year's newcomer king. They will definitely shine in the sect competition. This time it's all over, ha ha ha. The 2 old men continued to cut the drake heads as they chatted. Inadvertently, a bloody head slowly emerged from the deep pool, hiding behind the corpse of a drake. Listening to their conversation, Luo Tian's heart sank, and he clenched his fists tightly. Situ Chong! You're really tired of living. Luo Tian was furious. At the same time, the idea moved. Wind elemental power, fuse! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for fusing with the wind elemental power. Your speed has increased by 3 times. Fire elemental power, fuse! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian. Luo Tian fused with all the elemental power that the 9-headed drake had exploded with. He needed power now. He needed great power. Even though his experience points had already entered a state of burning, and he could release instant kill at any time, but the power of instant kill was his strongest reliance, and he would not use it unless it was a critical moment. This was 5 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for fusing with the nether elemental power. The undead attack power has increased by 3 times. The 9 elemental powers were completely fused. Elemental power activate. Now, Luo Tian felt that there was endless power in his body. His hair stood up one by one, and his body stirred up the water in the deep pool. Strength, an incomparably powerful force, was released crazily. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly, and his muscles bulged, directly tearing apart the clothes on his arms. His muscles bulged. His appearance was like a scion who had entered a berserk state. Super Saiyan. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! His body shot straight into the sky, and in an instant he fell heavily from the sky. Rumble. The ground cracked, and a half-meter deep pit appeared. The 2 old men's faces sank, and one of them shouted, "Who is it?" "Your ancestor." Without saying a word, Luo Tian rushed forward, grabbed the old man's head, raised it into the air, and slammed it heavily on the ground. Bam! His head cracked. The system sounded out. An expert of the middle-level Raging Sea realm was instantly killed. Luo Tian was also angry. Chapter 2104. His long hair soared to the sky, and his arrogance burned. The fusion of the elemental energy made Luo Tian seem like a Super Saiyan, and in 2 moves he instantly killed an elder of the Raging Sea realm. The other elder of the Situ family reacted and immediately fled. It was as if he had gone mad. It was as if he had seen the most terrifying creature in the world, and he was even more afraid than seeing a ghost. Luo Tian followed him at a leisurely pace, not in a hurry to kill him. He needed someone to lead the way. In another place. In the village. Ha ha, little beauty. You're going to be my plaything later. Situ Chang's lower body was crippled, and his heart had become extremely twisted. He liked to ravage women, and it was to torture them to death, no matter how miserable they were. Shangnan spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Just wait for the instructor to come and twist your head off. Pa! Situ Chong slapped her, his eyes filled with anger, and said, "Little bitch, are you happy?" You still don't know, right? Your so-called instructor, that dog Luo Tian, has already jumped into the black pool abyss. It's unknown whether he can survive or not. And you still want to take care of me? Humph. The corner of Situ Chang's mouth turned cold, and he said sinisterly, "I really hope he's still alive. If that's the case, I can ruthlessly ravage him. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Just you wait. Tonight, I will let you bitches know how powerful I, Situ Chong, am." Situ Chong walked out of the room. Man also woke up. His hands were tied by a special rope. Not only was he unable to use his strength, but he was also constantly absorbing the spiritual energy in his body. It was very uncomfortable. "Manzi, how is it? Where's the boss?" Chun Yu asked anxiously. "What exactly happened? Did the boss really jump down?" Zhu Eng also asked anxiously. "Yeah, what happened to the instructor?" Man Zi's head hurt as if it was about to split open. The power of that sneak attack made him extremely unhappy. Man Zi shook his head, looked at them, and said, "Boss." He jumped down. "What? Why? What's going on? How could the instructor be so stupid?" They were all shocked. That was the 9-headed flood dragon, a super ferocious demonic beast. Luo Tian just jumped in like that? What was it for? For the mission? He was only a low-level furious cultivator. How could he be a match for him? Hearing Man Po's words, everyone's heart sank. It's over. Even if the 9-headed flood dragon lost one of its heads, its strength was not something a Raging Sea realm martial artist could deal with. Luo Tian was sure it bodes ill rather than well. Zhu Ying's body trembled slightly as she said, "The instructor will be fine." He will be fine. I want to get out. Suddenly, she struggled to stand up, rushed to the door, and shouted, I want to go out! Before she could step out of the room, she was kicked back in by a Situ clan's disciple who scolded, Go out? You can forget about it for the rest of your life. Zhu Ying was kicked to the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face was pale. Chinyu rushed forward and bumped into him. He shouted, I'll fight you to the death. You, Humph. Without waiting for Chinyu to rush out, the disciple kicked him again and laughed disdainfully, Trash! Pa! Chinyu was also kicked over. Right now, they didn't have any strength in their bodies. They were even worse than an ordinary person. The disciple stood at the door and smiled proudly. Who else wants to go out? Huh. All of you, stay here obediently. Very arrogant. Outside the house. Situ Chong said slightly. Uncle Dashin, why aren't the two of them here yet? He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to confirm whether Luo Tian was alive or dead, and whether the nine-headed flood dragon was alive or dead. If it was dead, then this time not only did he get rid of Luo Tian, he also completed this mission that no one had ever completed before. The mission points directly reached 1 million. He wanted his younger brother, Sitahong, to soar into the sky and directly enter the Chaos Realm's heavenly ranking. Once he became a famous person on the heavenly ranking, no one in the Icefire sect would be able to shake the Situ clan. Situ Shan closed his eyes and said indifferently, Don't worry, I'll be back when it's time. Situ Chong said, I really didn't expect that Luo Tian, that dog, would actually dare to come to the Black Pool mountain range to kill the nine-headed flood dragon after not seeing him for a month. Situ Shan said, Maybe he wants to fight to the death. You should know that if he completes this mission, he will be rewarded with 1 million points. He can instantly surpass Situ Hong and become the #1 person on the Icefire sect's ranking list. Also, he might be favored by Sect Master Bailey. Humph. Don't even think about it in this lifetime. Situ Chang's crotch ached when he thought of Luo Tian, and he hated Luo Tian to the bone. No one in the entire Wuxi area can surpass my brother's talent. He is destined to enter the heavenly ranking. Situ Chong was filled with confidence. No one could shake Situ Hong. He would never allow anything that could threaten his brother. A few hours later, the sky gradually darkened. Situ Chong also had the patience to wait. In his heart, Luo Tian should have died in the Black Pool, and laughed disdainfully in his heart. You dog, you got lucky. Then he walked into the room. Zhu Ying's body shrunk slightly, and the 5 female disciples quickly gathered together. The corner of Situ Chong's mouth curled into a sinister sneer and said, The night is long, it's too boring, too boring. Why don't we play some exciting games? Situ Chong stared at Zhu Ying, his gaze incomparably cold. Chinyu stepped forward and said, Situ Chong, what do you want to play? I'll accompany you. Situ Tsong glared and kicked Chinyu, sending him flying. He stepped on Chenyu's head and stomped on the ground. He said, Who the F***CK do you think you are? Did I give you permission to speak? Huh, did I let you speak? As soon as he finished, Situ Chang's right foot suddenly stomped down and heavily stepped on Chinyu's head. He was just like a madman. Man Pa also shouted, Situ Chong, if you have the guts, then let me go. See how I'll kill you. Situ Chong's gaze turned as he stared at Man Pa and sneered, Just you? You like to be arrogant, right? Pa. He kicked him. Man Po's body sank, and the powerful power of the sacred art armor was released from his body. But before he could finish releasing it, it was absorbed. Bam! He was instantly kicked over. Humph! Something that can't even withstand a single blow. Situ Chong was incomparably pleased with himself. He turned to look at the 5 female disciples and was as excited as a pervert as he said, Little bitch, come and play. Ha ha ha, let's play the game of taking off your clothes. It was also at this time The elder stumbled into the village and shouted loudly, "Save me! Save me! Save me! He's here! He's here! This madman is here!" Situ Chong's eyes darkened, killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Luo Tian, you're here to die. The old cow is really sorry. Something happened and delayed the update. I'm really sorry. I really didn't have the heart to write these few days. I only came back tonight and will resume the update tomorrow. The update is a little slow, I'm sorry. Thank you for your support. Thank you." Chapter 2105. At the foot of the mountain, at the entrance of the village, an elder of the Situ family stumbled, almost rolling and crawling as he ran into the village, shouting, "Young master, save me! Young master, save me! He's crazy. This person is a madman. He killed fifth senior brother in an instant." He shouted out in horror. After being chased by Luo Tian all the way, his soul was almost scared out of his wits. The scene of his senior brother being killed was imprinted in his mind. It was too terrifying. At this moment, a few of Situ Chong's lackeys rushed out from the village entrance. These people's cultivations were all at the lower level of the Furious Sea realm. Looking at Luo Tian, who was furious and whose body was constantly evaporating with energy, he sneered, "There is someone in heaven, but you don't want to leave. There is no door to hell, but you want to throw yourself into it. Little bastard, you're dead meat today." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's figure disappeared in an instant. Then, the four lackeys felt a piercing pain in their necks, and their bodies couldn't help but turn cold. They habitually touched it with one hand. Blood? His eyes trembled and his pupils shrank. They were incomparably afraid, and a chill covered their entire bodies. They wanted to move, but they found that their bodies had become stiff and could no longer control themselves. An extremely cold voice sounded, "Die!" Then, crack, crack. Fracascia sounds rang out, and four heads fell to the ground, blood spurting out. They didn't even know how Luo Tian attacked. Speed, strength, it was completely beyond their imagination. The power of the elements. This was the power of the elements. 9 dragons, 9 elements, fused into his body. Once Luo Tian activated it, he would transform into a Super Saiyan. Ah! The elder was so scared that his legs went soft. He had never seen such a terrifying scene before. Was he still human? Luo Tian wasn't human at all. The elder shouted loudly, "Save me, young master, save me." Luo Tian's voice sank, and he roared out, "Situ Chong, get the hell out of here!" The 2 ice and fire girls were almost defiled by Situ Chong, and at that time they had the intention to kill. His anger had yet to subside. Luo Tian didn't have to worry about anyone who dared to make a move on his people at the foot of a mountain range that was not under anyone's jurisdiction. One word, kill. Hee. Situ Chong smiled coldly and slowly walked out of the house. He looked at Luo Tian in the distance and sneered, "Luo Tian, you are still alive. That's great. I was just worried that you wouldn't be able to see your woman in pain." As soon as he finished speaking, Situ Chong shouted, "Bring those women out for me." A few disciples immediately brought Ju Ying and the other 4 out. Situ Chong looked at Luo Tian and felt pain in his lower body. Without saying a word, he slapped Ju Ying's face. Pa! The slap left a clear mark on Ju Ying's cheek, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. This slap was extremely vicious. At the same time, Situ Chong roared, "Luo Tian, you dog, kneel down!" Ding! Target locked. Luo Tian's thoughts moved. However then, Luo Tian ordered, "Cancel the lock." Killing a person like Situ Chong in an instant would only be too easy for him. This kind of person should live a life worse than death. Luo Tian wanted him to die a miserable death. The power of instant kill was withdrawn. Luo Tian slowly walked forward step by step. Situ Chong laughed coldly and said, Luo Tian, crippling Lousy, making Lousy a man not a man, a woman not a woman. Lousy has been unable to swallow this anger, and has been waiting for you to walk out of Crimson Lotus Peak. Who would have thought that after hiding for a month, you would finally come out? Ha ha ha. Today, I want you to suffer 10,000 times the pain. Suddenly, Situ Chong fiercely pulled Juing over, stomped her to the ground, and said to a disciple beside him, Take off her clothes, and then ruthlessly stab her to death. Ha ha ha. The disciple laughed sinisterly and immediately pounced down, pressing Zhu Ying to the ground, and said with incomparable excitement, Little beauty, come, ha ha ha. You're mine now. I'll definitely take good care of you. Zhu Ying's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Luo Tian in the distance and shouted, Instructor, save me, instructor, save me. Shengnan and the other three rushed forward without a care for their own safety, but they were ruthlessly kicked back by a few disciples. Bastard! Situ Chong, you won't die a good death. Stop it for Lousy. Manpei and Qin, you also rushed out of the room as if their lives depended on it, and were also ruthlessly stepped on by two disciples. Their cultivations were all sealed, and they were no match for them at all. They couldn't break free at all. Zhu Ying was struggling crazily. Her clothes were torn off piece by piece. Her face was pale, her body was trembling, and she kept calling for help. Situ Chong laughed out loud like a pervert and said, Luo Tian, isn't it great? Ha ha! Seeing your own woman being forcefully penetrated, isn't it great? This feeling must be very good. Ha ha ha! Anger was boiling. It was rolling crazily like boiling water. Luo Tian's mind was filled with rage. Situ Chong, F*CK, your ancestor. Luo Tian cursed angrily, then turned and rushed out. The distance wasn't enough. The distance wasn't enough. He kept trying to get closer, but his explosive range wasn't enough. However, now Luo Tian immediately went berserk. He couldn't bear it. Anger would make people lose their cool, and Luo Tian had already lost his cool. Seeing Zhu Ying's clothes being torn apart piece by piece, revealing her snow-white skin, who could endure it? He had always been calm, but now he was unable to calm down. Just as he lost his cool and took a step forward, a black shadow suddenly descended. A sneak attack. Instructor, be careful. Boss, be careful. Situ Shan's palm force whistled down, heavily striking towards the top of Luo Tian's head. He laughed complacently and said, Bracket down. Situ Chang's eyes flashed with a bright light, and he laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. You dog, let's see if you can still show off. Situ Shan's sneak attack had never failed. Even if this palm strike couldn't kill Luo Tian, it could still cripple him. Then, he was slowly being ravaged, making him wish he was dead. Situ Chong was incomparably excited. However, he didn't understand Luo Tian, nor did he know what had happened to him, nor did he know how terrifying his current strength was. Under the stimulation of anger, Luo Tian appeared to be in a berserk state. Although he had lost his cool in this state, his fighting spirit was burning to the peak. The moment Situ Shan's palm strike came down, Luo Tian's right hand fell. Xianming axe. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The axe fell into his hands, and he clenched it with both hands. In that instant, Luo Tian's body suddenly took a step back. This step was completed in a flash. Situ Shan's face changed greatly. He never thought that Luo Tian would still be able to retreat in such a situation. His body had already fallen, and he could no longer retreat. Luo Tian turned his body and said fiercely, Cut in half! Chapter 2106. A Furious Roar. With a turn of his body, the Xianming axe slashed out like a whirlwind. Shwa! The sound of wind breaking could be heard in the air. Bam! It fiercely struck Situ Shan's waist, causing blood to spurt out as his body staggered backwards. Too fast! Too ruthless! Situ Shan never thought that Luo Tian would have such a fast reaction speed. nor did he think that Luo Tian's strength would be so terrifying. Bang, 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 he continuously retreated. Blood flowed wildly from his waist, but this slash did not take his life. However, at this moment, Luo Tian disappeared. Situ Chang's eyes turned sinister, his scalp went numb, and he said, "Uncle Shan, above your head!" He slashed out at the waist. Luo Tian did not stop there. Instead, he leaped into the air, clenched the Xian Ming axe with both hands, and slashed down. Explode for me. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The Xian Ming axe cut through the air, and a pitch-black light erupted from the axe as it slashed down towards Situ Shan's head. Crack! The Xian Ming axe slashed down. Situ Shan's head exploded. From the top of his head to his crotch, a super-powerful penetrating force came crashing down, splitting his body into two. Bang! The sound split left and right, and blood sprayed all over Luo Tian's body, like a god of death crawling up from a pool of blood. His two cold eyes stared at Situ Chong. His axe moved, and he said solemnly, "The next one is you!" Terrifying. The aura that erupted from Luo Tian's body was too terrifying. That kind of aura was as if it had rushed out from hell, and his entire body was burning. That look. Even Zhu Ying and the others were unfamiliar with that expression. They had never seen Luo Tian so angry. Man Po's eyes flashed, and his heart was filled with excitement. 2 moves, this power! Too strong. What exactly is he cultivating? Is this the power of the heavenly spirit root? He couldn't understand. He couldn't understand Luo Tian at all. A whirlwind was about to turn as it slashed out horizontally. Without giving Situ Shan any chance, he leaped up and chopped down heavily, directly blasting Situ Shan in half. Even Luo Tian himself was stunned, because this was a move from LOL Knock. However, Luo Tian thought to himself, kill one person, skill cooldown. If it's really Nox's ultimate skill, then it doesn't need a cooldown and I can continuously slash. That would be awesome. At this moment, Situ Chong felt his scalp go numb. He thought that he had broken through and become stronger. He thought that he could easily crush Luo Tian. But the madman Luo Tian had become even stronger, much stronger than he was a month ago. Even Situ Shan was no match for him. Bang! Luo Tian took a step forward. The Super Saiyan mode was still in effect, and the white energy flames on his body were still burning. Don't come over. Luo Tian, I told you not to come over. While they were talking, Situ Chong kicked away the disciple who was holding Zhu Ying and grabbed Zhu Ying from the ground. He grabbed Zhu Ying's throat with 2 fingers, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Luo Tian and fiercely said, "Brat, I told you to stop, did you hear me?" Luo Tian did not stop, but looked at Zhu Ying and said, "Believe me." Zhu Ying looked at Luo Tian. Although his expression was unfamiliar, she believed in Luo Tian. Her eyes were firm as she said, "Instructor, I believe in you." "You still dare to speak?" Situ Chong grabbed Zhu Ying's hair and pulled fiercely. His 2 fingers tightly grabbed her throat and said, make him stop for me." "Luo Tian, if you dare to take another step forward, I will immediately kill him." Situ Chong's body was trembling. When Luo Tian exploded his lower body, fear arose in his heart. He thought that he had become stronger after breaking through the Raging Sea realm, but he was still afraid in his heart. The shadow that Luo Tian left in his heart was too strong. Looking at the flames on Luo Tian's body, his mind was trembling, his body was trembling. He was afraid, more afraid than ever. It was like the scythe of death was slowly cutting down, bit by bit. Death was just a moment, but that process was a kind of torture, an incomparably painful torture. Situ Chong's face was pale, and he constantly shouted, "Luo Tian, I told you to stop, stop!" His 2 fingers had already grabbed Zhu Ying's throat. Zhu Ying's face was black, her eyes were white, but she did not let out a scream, nor did she tell Luo Tian to hurry up. She was very calm, and she had never been so calm in her life. Luo Tian took another step forward. Ah, Situ Chong angrily roared. The last line of defense in his heart had already collapsed. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. With every step Luo Tian took, the torment he felt became heavier. Go to hell for me. Situ Chong fiercely grabbed Zhu Ying's throat and exerted force with his 2 fingers. At this moment, Luo Tian's footsteps moved, and his figure flashed out like a straight line. The axe moved, landing in front of Situ Chong. It was also at this time that Luo Tian suddenly raised the back of the axe in his hand and heavily struck the center of his crotch. Ah, the power in Situ Chong's body instantly leaked out. His fingers did not have any strength at all, and his hands directly covered his crotch. His face was pale from the pain. His legs were tightly clamped together, and his eyeballs were about to pop out. His mouth was wide open, but he could not make a single sound. At this moment, Luo Tian did not care about him. Instead, he supported Zhu Ying, who was suffocating, and placed her flat on the ground. He pinched her nose and kissed her. Sheng Nan was stunned. Rua Qin was also stunned. Qin Yu and Man both opened their mouths wide and muttered, "Damn, isn't this too handsome?" They didn't know. Luo Tian was only giving Zhu Ying mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After taking a few breaths, Luo Tian pressed down on Zhu Ying's chest a few times, and a stream of spirit energy surged into her body. He muttered, don't die, you must not die." Cough, 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 cough. Zhu Ying coughed a few times, and her dark complexion slightly improved. Her eyes were filled with incomparable happiness as she looked at Luo Tian and said, "Instructor, did you kiss me just now?" She didn't care about herself at all. Instead, she looked at Luo Tian like a happy little woman. That feeling was as sweet as eating candy. Very sweet, very sweet. Luo Tian saw that Zhu Ying had recovered, and his heart relaxed slightly. He took off his coat to cover her body and said with a faint smile, "Idiot." At this moment, Luo Tian turned around and looked at Situ Chong, who was in so much pain that he wished he was dead, and said coldly, "Does it feel good?" He took a step forward. With a furious roar, the anger in Luo Tian's heart erupted like a volcano, and he said heavily, "You damn it, do you feel good now? Does it feel good? It must feel good, right?" Situ Chong covered his lower body with both hands, his body trembling as he stared at Luo Tian and said, "Luo Tian, don't kill me, don't kill me, I've already been crippled by you. Spare my life, I won't dare to do it again." Scared, incomparable fear, Luo Tian slowly walked forward, stared at Situ Chong, the corner of his mouth curled up, and said, "I won't kill you." Chapter 2107. "I won't kill you." Hearing these words, Situ Chong's eyes lit up, as if the scythe of death had been taken away from his neck. However, without waiting for him to finish rejoicing, Luo Tian continued, "Do you think that's possible?" Situ Chong's face changed drastically, and his body trembled even more violently. "You can't kill me, you can't kill me. My brother is the sect master's true disciple. If you kill me, my brother will definitely not let you off, and the sect master will not let you off either. Right now, no one dares to provoke our Situ family in the Icefire sect. Luo Tian, you better understand your own identity and mine." The current Situ family was indeed, as he said. No one dared to provoke the existence of the Icefire sect. As Situ Hong continued to grow stronger, the status of the Situ family became higher and higher. Whether it was the inner sect or the outer sect, there were people from the Situ family. Moreover, everyone knew in their hearts that Situ Hong was Bai Lixing's true disciple, which meant that he was the young sect master. In the future, he would be the sect master of the Icefire sect, and the Situ family would definitely be in charge of the Icefire sect. No one offending the Situ family was equivalent to offending the entire Icefire sect. Luo Tian laughed coldly. "Is the Situ family very powerful?" "Your brother, Situ Hong, is very awesome?" "I'm sorry. I've never put them in my eyes, do you understand? And you?" From the moment you appeared in Skylight City, you should have died. If it wasn't for you, the two girls wouldn't have taken the cultivation scattering pill. If it wasn't for you, the two of them wouldn't have fallen into that trap. Do you think I should kill you? Situ Chang's words were very powerful. However, what he said, Luo Tian did not take it seriously at all. Not to mention the Situ family. Even the Ice Fire Sect Master, by Li Xing, did not put him in his eyes. If he was unhappy, then he would do it. Luo Tian had never been afraid of anyone in his life. Moreover, with the instant kill system in hand, even if you were the emperor, don't be locked onto by Luo Tian. Otherwise, it would be a second. While they were talking, the dark nether axe in Luo Tian's hand fell down. Buzz! Situ Chong became even more afraid and said, "You can't kill me. My little brother will not let you go. My family will not let you go either. If you kill me," not waiting for him to finish. Crack! The axe smashed down, and Situ Chong's kneecap was shattered. Ah! Situ Chong screamed miserably as blood spurted out from his kneecaps. He stared at Luo Tian and said, "Luo Tian, you? Crack!" Another kneecap was shattered. Ah! Ah! Situ Chong screamed like a pig being slaughtered and said, "Luo Tian, my little brother will definitely not let you go. Definitely not." Crack! The back of his hand was crushed. Crack! His shoulder was shattered. Luo Tian had said that he would use the cruelest methods to make Situ Chong suffer a fate worse than death. Every time the axe fell, Luo Tian coldly shouted, "Don't worry, your brother will meet you very soon. If he provokes me again, I'll *CK him over as well. If your Situ family dares to provoke me again, I'll *CK him over as well." Bam! Bam! All the bones in his body were shattered by Luo Tian. However, he did not want Situ Chong's life. Instead, he grabbed his hair and dragged him to the mouth of the well, saying, "I'll let you know that this is the result of provoking me." Bam! He threw him straight into the well. Situ Chong roared weakly, "Save me!" His voice was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Situ Chong for obtaining 2,000 experience, 200 spirit force. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Origin Stone * 300 pieces. It was also at this time. The lackeys of the Situ family were all so scared that their faces turned pale. Looking at Luo Tian's eyes, they immediately fled. Luo Tian said coldly, "Did I let you go?" The voice was like the shackles of death around their necks. Their legs went weak, and a few disciples immediately knelt on the ground, saying, "Luo Tian, we are just small fries. We didn't do anything. We followed Situ Chong here. We never thought of dealing with you. Spare our lives. Spare us." The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up and laughed. "Spare you? Then who will spare me?" To cut the grass, one had to dig up the roots. Luo Tian would definitely not let any of them go, and these people had already made a move against Zhu Ying and the others, so they could not be let go. One word: kill. The Xianming axe in Luo Tian's hand moved, and his figure moved like an afterimage. Shua! 4 people with 1 axe. Instant kill. Ding, 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 ding. 4 system beep sounded. It was also at this time. The moment the elemental energy on Luo Tian's body disappeared, his body was like a deflated balloon, weak and extremely uncomfortable. The power of the elements was indeed very strong. It should be said that it was very strong. However, the power of the 9 elements was released, crazily burning Luo Tian's spiritual energy. Without the support of a strong spiritual energy, it was impossible to support the power of the elements. Moreover, the power of the elements consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and Luo Tian had yet to reach that kind of realm of spiritual energy. Seeing Luo Tian's body take a step and fall to the ground, Zhu Ying immediately ran up and said, "Instructor, what's wrong with you?" Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest." Luo Tian moved his spiritual energy and untied the shackles on Zhu Ying's hands and said, "Go and help them untie it." Everyone regained their freedom. Man immediately walked up and said, "Boss, what should we do in the future?" Chinyu said, "That's right, Situ Chong was killed. The Situ family will definitely not let us off, especially Situ Hong. He is even more powerful than his brother said. And the day before we came, Master told me that Situ Hong would be able to enter the Chaos Realm's heaven ranking if he broke through another level. The experts of the heaven ranking are not ordinary. Once Situ Hong enters the heaven ranking, his strength will be much higher than his cultivation." Zhu Ying immediately said, "Instructor, why don't we run away from the marriage?" The 4 female disciples immediately nodded, their faces filled with excitement. Man Pi and Chinyu were stunned. They looked at Luo Tian and said, "Boss, what do you mean by running away from the marriage?" Luo Tian didn't know how to explain it either. Then they looked at Zhu Ying and the others. The 5 of them blushed, and Shengnan directly shouted, "Why do you care?" That aura was extremely domineering. It instantly crushed Man Pa and Chinyu. Luo Tian slightly said, "I want to go back. I promised Kai Yen, Kai Bing that I would definitely repair their pubes, and I also promised the Hall Master that I would definitely bring you back safely." There were too many things that Luo Tian wanted to do in the Icefire sect. Where was the Monkey King? What about old Devil Boulder Seal? These were all waiting for him to do. Moreover, just as he had said, if the Situ family dared to provoke him, he would definitely take care of them one by one. Chapter 2108. After dealing with Situ Chong, Luo Tian didn't immediately return to the Icefire sect. He distributed the origin stones that dropped. Plus, the Black Pool mountain range was a natural training ground. It was rare for him to come out, so he naturally had to train and improve. A total of 13 days. They had been in the Black Pool mountain range the entire time. There were only 3 days left until the sect competition. Luo Tian wasn't in a hurry, but some people were going crazy. He's not back yet. The vice head of the Array Engraving Hall asked, "Why isn't he back yet?" "He's the new star that we put all our efforts into this year." "Could it be, Sai? Why didn't we stop him back then?" "Now, how do you want me to explain this to the Hall Master?" "Man Pa, my little sect leader, how are you now?" He was really anxious, getting more and more anxious by the day. Man Pa was the new star that the Array Engraving Hall had put all their efforts into this year. Although he was known for his brute force, his talent in engraving arrays wasn't weak at all. If there were no accidents in this sect competition, he would definitely shine and make the Array Engraving Hall proud. But now, Black Pool Mountain Range, SSS level super mission. It was certain that he wouldn't be able to complete it. Right now, he only hoped that he could come back, and that he could come back alive. It had already been 13 days, and there wasn't even a shadow. The entire Array Engraving Hall was shrouded in suspicion. If they failed this year, he as the vice head would have an unshirkable responsibility. The situation in the Beast Taming Hall was similar to the Array Engraving Hall. They were all waiting for Chinyu to return. But after waiting for 13 days, they thought that they would come back on their own. But after waiting for so long, there was still no sign of them. They were already thinking of the worst. The Array Engraving Hall and the Beast Taming Hall were still all right. The most anxious one was Red Lotus Peak's Li Juqing. "It's over. It's completely over. No matter what, I will definitely lose this year. This year's cultivation resources will definitely be halved." Li Juqing's eyes were filled with helplessness and regret. I shouldn't have forced him back then. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. But Red Lotus Peak doesn't have any more resources for them to cultivate. I have no choice. Li Juqing had a feeling that there was nothing he could do. She thought that Luo Tian could bring a different possibility to Red Lotus Peak, because the potential that erupted from his body was limitless. But from the moment she knew that Luo Tian had gone to the Black Pool mountain range, her heart sank. She was very worried. This mission was too difficult to complete. With the strength of Luo Tian's group, it was impossible. Brat, I shouldn't have let you take them away. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so badly. But now, I'm afraid Red Lotus Peak is finished. Li Juqing grumbled inwardly. Without cultivation resources, who would still stay here? No one. Furthermore, the women's battle hall that she wanted to establish would also go down the drain. More importantly, her senior brother by Li Xing's direct disciple, Situ Hong, had limitless glory, which made her very unhappy. In her heart, she wanted to crush the sect master, but now her last hope had been shattered. Luo Tian, I was wrong, okay? Li Jueqing looked into the distance and sighed again and again. She felt bored doing anything these days. Every time she went down the mountain to see if Luo Tian had returned, she would return disappointed. As for the Icefire sect, other than Man Pa and Chun Yu's names on the billboard, no one else remembered them. In their hearts, Luo Tian and the others were already dead because it was impossible for them to complete the SSS level mission. They had been forgotten. In the center of the array. A strong wave of energy came from the six-pointed star array. The disciple who was teleporting was slightly shocked and said, "What a strong array fluctuation. It should be from a very far away place, right? I wonder which senior brother it is." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The light exploded, and 8 people appeared in the array. The auras of the 8 of them were all different. 5 women and 3 men. The disciples at the side of the transmission array looked at the 8 of them and muttered, "Why do these people look so familiar? Where did they go?" Suddenly, his expression shook as he said, "Are you the senior brothers that went to the Blackpool mountain range?" Luo Tian smiled faintly. Zhu Ying jumped down from the transmission array and said excitedly, "We're back, we're finally back." Man cupped his fists and laughed. "It's great to be back alive." "Who are they?" "Isn't that person Man Pa from the Inscribing Formation Hall?" "The super new star of the Inscribing Formation Hall." "And Chen Yu from the Beast Taming Hall. Where did he go?" "Huh. Could it be that they came back from the Blackpool mountain range?" Right. Now that you mention it, I remember now. More than 10 days ago, there was a guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth called Luo Tian who actually accepted an SSS level 10-star dangerous mission. It seems like they're back, but it's obvious that they didn't complete the mission. SSS level super mission. Who can complete it? Even the number 1 genius, Situ Hong, can't do it. How can they do it? Exactly. Situ Hong is now the number 1 person on the sect's ranking list. His points are as high as 600,000, and it took him less than a month to do so. This is too abnormal. The surrounding people began to mock him. Man Po's face was displeased as he whispered to Luo Tian, "Boss, did you kill that 9-headed flood dragon?" Xinyu also wanted to know and said, "Boss, just tell us." They also didn't know if Luo Tian had killed the 9-headed flood dragon or not. Luo Tian didn't say anything. During this period of time, he had been cultivating and didn't have the time to talk about this. Luo Tian smiled and said, "We'll know when we go to the mission hall." Go to the mission hall? Could it be that there's a chance? No matter what, we've killed one of the heads of the 9-headed flood dragon. Just this point alone is enough to shock the outer sect. Manpa said, he's back. Junior brother Manpa is back. On the array inscription peak, a disciple ran up in a hurry. Hearing this, the Vice Hall Master grabbed his collar. "Is what you said true?" Yes. He's back in one piece." The Vice Hall Master asked, "Then where is he?" "He went to the mission hall." Before he could finish, the Vice Hall Master rushed down the mountain. He wanted to immediately bring Manpa back to the array inscription hall. He wanted to tie Manpa to his belt and never let him leave again. In another place, the Beast Taming Hall also received the news, and several elders rushed to the mission hall in a hurry. What? They're back? Li Juqing's heart relaxed. Good boy, you're finally back. Master, should we go and take a look? No. He's a disciple, so he should be the one coming to see Master. I'm not going. Li Juqing stubbornly said. However, after pausing for half a second, Li Juqing grinned and said, Well, I have something to do down the mountain. Chapter 2109. The news of Luo Tian and Man Po's return spread throughout the outer sect in just 10 minutes. And at this moment, an even more important piece of news came from the mission hall. SS-level mission. Nepha's City Lord has been killed. The person who completed the mission is Ice Fire Sect's #1 genius, Situhong, and the mission reward is as high as 100,000 points. As soon as the news came out, the entire Ice Fire Sect was shocked. SS level, danger factor 7 stars completed in just 10 days. This speed is too fast. Oh my god, is this still human? In just 1 month, 700,000 points broke all records. Even Sect Master Bailey's record was broken. Nepha's City Lord is a super expert of the lower level of the Broken Sea realm. He was actually killed by Situhong, then his cultivation. Did he break through the Broken Sea realm? Then isn't he going to enter the Heaven list? Amazing, amazing. Icefire Sect will be the representative of the Marshall Sea area in the future. Everyone was discussing this matter. There weren't many SS-level missions in the first place, and the difficulty of each one was very high, and Nepha's City Lord's mission was the highest among SS-level missions. Situhong slashed for 10 days, and the entire Nepha City could be said to be full of corpses, and no one was alive. Nepha City Lord was even beheaded, an extremely terrifying existence. In the mission hall, Luo Tian walked into the hall. Many people began to discuss. Could it be that he really completed the SSS level mission? Impossible. With just him, even if he kills me, I don't believe that he can complete the SSS level mission. No outer sect disciple has ever completed the SSS level mission. Even if there is, it would be a peerless genius like Situhong. With just Luo Tian? Humph! I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. The mission hall was filled with people, and many people were waiting to watch a good show. If he couldn't hand in the mission, Luo Tian would only be ruthlessly mocked by them. At this time, the vice hall master of the array engraving hall rushed into the mission hall, grabbed Manpa, and said, Manpa, follow me to the array engraving peak. Manpa was stunned. Vice hall master, why are you here? Lu Kai's face was full of anger. He glared at Luo Tian and said, I'm here to take you to the formation carving hall. Don't mingle with these shady people. It won't do you any good. The so-called shady person he was talking about was none other than Luo Tian. He understood what had happened in the battle hall's dormitory area. Luo Tian had offended Sidu Chong. Now, no one who had offended the Sidu family would have a good ending. He was worried that Manpa would be implicated, so he wanted Manpa to stay away from Luo Tian. Hearing this, Manpa was somewhat displeased and said, Vice Hall Master, they are all my brothers. How can they be shady people? Lu Kai said, In any case, you're not wrong to listen to me. Come back with me now. There are only 3 days left until the sect grand competition. You've wasted so much time with this brat. You need to cultivate well to make up for it. Otherwise, how can you shine in the sect grand competition? Do you know how high the expectations of the formation carving hall are for you? Manpa frowned as he looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not say anything. Finally, Manpa said slightly, Vice Hall Master, I will go back myself. We have to hand in the mission now. Mission? What mission are you talking about? Do you want to lose face with him? Haven't you noticed that there are so many people around you who are here to laugh at you? The reason why Lu Kai pulled Manpa away at this time was to let him leave in time. He didn't want to lose face with Luo Tian here. Without waiting for Manpa to speak, at this moment, a few elders of the beast-taming hall also walked out. Just like Lu Kai, they pulled Chinyu out and said, "We will go to the beast taming hall." Chinyu flung his arm and said, "Elder, I know what I'm doing. Luo Tian is my boss. Without him, I would have died a long time ago. Today, regardless of whether he completes the mission or not, whether he does or not, I will face it with him. So what if we laugh at him? How many brothers in this life are willing to sacrifice their lives for you?" He can. Chen Yu followed Luo Tian from Skylight City to the Ice Fire sect. If not for Luo Tian, he would have died a long time ago, let alone take revenge. The expression of the elder of the beast taming hall changed slightly. He glared at Luo Tian and said, "Chinyu, you are now a disciple of the beast taming hall. I don't care what happened to you in the past, but now you have to listen to me, understand?" Chinyu said, after handing in the mission, "I will do whatever you want me to do." He was determined to share the honor and disgrace of Luo Tian. No matter what happened, he would never back down. Man also said, "Vice Hall Master, after today, I will do whatever you want me to do. Luo Tian is my boss. I will never betray him." Luo Tian looked at the two of them and chuckled. "Good brother." Lu Kai's expression was very ugly as he stared at Luo Tian and said, "Hurry up! Just say that you failed the mission. Do you think you can complete it?" Zhu Ying said angrily, "What if the instructor completes the mission?" "Humph. An SSS rank mission with a 10-star danger rating, can he complete it?" "If he can." Before Lu Kai could finish, Luo Tian suddenly said, "If I can complete it, what will you do?" Lu Kai sneered, "Kid, if you can complete this mission, I will do whatever you want me to do. But if you can't, from today onwards, you're not allowed to have any contact with Manpa. A trash like you is not qualified to be with Manpa." He didn't want Manpo's future to be ruined by Luo Tian, a male disciple who only wanted to enter Crimson Lotus Peak. Even if he was a genius, knew what he wanted to do. If he wanted to enter Crimson Lotus Hall, why would he want to cultivate? Being with such a person would only be a waste of time. Luo Tian clenched his fists. The 5 female disciples beside him all had angry looks on their faces. Man also frowned. At this moment, the elder of Beast Taming Hall also stood up and said, "Count me in. If you lose, don't have anything to do with Chinyu anymore. Kid, hurry up. Don't waste time." Many of the surrounding disciples also laughed. "Hurry up. Let's hand in the mission." Everyone was ready to see Luo Tian make a fool of himself. How could he complete an SSS rank mission? Chinyu and Manpa frowned as they looked at Luo Tian. If this mission was not completed, then they were afraid. No matter what happened, they would never abandon Luo Tian just because of the bet between Luo Tian and Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian walked to the mission submission window. After whispering a few words, he walked back and walked out of the mission hall. Many people laughed. "Ha ha ha. The mission failed. I can tell with one look that if he can complete an SSS rank mission, I will asterisk, 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 asterisk." Luo Tian stared at the disciple and said, "Then you can prepare to asterisk, 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 asterisk later." Then, an elder from the mission hall walked to Luo Tian's side and said, "Let's begin." Luo Tian moved and shouted in a deep voice, "Open your dog eyes and look carefully." "Laughing at me? You don't have the qualifications." Finished. Luo Tian took out a huge dragon head from the space ring with one hand. Chapter 2110. Boom! The flood dragon's head fell to the ground, and black flood dragon blood dripped out. It was extremely ferocious, and the 2 huge flood dragons stared at each other. It was extremely terrifying. A few disciples who were close to it were so scared that their legs went weak and they almost fell to the ground. "Are you mocking me? Are you qualified?" Luo Tian glanced at them coldly. Those who mocked Luo Tian couldn't laugh at all. What Luo Tian took out was not the flood dragon's head. but a slap to their faces. The surroundings were extremely silent. There was no sound at all. Man, Pe, Chinyu, Zhuang, and the others frowned because they all knew that Luo Tian had killed a flood dragon's head. As for the other 8 heads, Man Pe took a step forward and walked to the side of the task elder. He said, "Elder, is this enough?" The task elder was also shocked. He didn't expect Luo Tian to be able to kill the flood dragon. At this time, he quickly checked the task record and said slightly, "You must cut off all 9 heads and bring them back to complete the task." Qin Yu said, "We thought that 1 head was enough. We didn't expect to bring so many. What should we do now? Go back and get them?" They must have been eaten by other beasts. They were worried that Luo Tian didn't have so many flood dragons' heads. The task elder shook his head and said, "That won't do. The standard is the standard. If you don't bring back the 9 flood dragons' heads, I can't give you a reward." There was another round of discussion around. Many people laughed and said, "I don't know where he picked up the flood dragon's head. Just say that he killed it himself. If you have the guts, take out the other flood dragon's heads. That's right. With their cultivation, they can kill a super beast like the 9-headed flood dragon? Who would believe such a thing? Luo Tian, weren't you very arrogant just now? If you have the ability, take out the remaining 8 heads. You can't take them out, right? If you can't take them out, don't show off here. Who do you think you are?" Many people were unhappy with Luo Tian. When he took out the first dragon head, those people became even more displeased. Man Po's face sank. Chun Yu walked towards Luo Tian and said, "Boss, what should we do?" The corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up as he smiled and said, "1 slap isn't enough, is it? All right, I'll give you 8 more slaps." After that, with a thought, Luo Tian took out another giant dragon head from his interspatial ring. Bang! Open your dog eyes and look carefully. This is the second one. Bang! This is the third one. Bang! This is the fourth one. Every Jiao dragon's head was like a critical hit. He raised his palm high and slapped them hard, causing their faces to resound with loud slapping sounds. Bang! The 5th one. Boom! The 6th one. Boom! This is the 9th one. The 9 heads were neatly placed on the plaza. Each and every one of them was incomparably ferocious and ferocious. Just looking at these 9 heads was enough to cause one's heart to turn cold, let alone killing them. Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "Laugh. Speak. Laugh for lousy again. Why aren't you laughing? Damn it." Luo Tian cursed fiercely. He was really unhappy. He couldn't bear to see these people looking down on others, always stepping on others to highlight their own superiority. But did they have a sense of superiority? They were just a group of people with low self-esteem. The entire mission hall square was silent. Luo Tian slapped their faces so loudly that no one would have thought of it. Even Man Pe, Chunyu, and the others did not expect that Luo Tian would really do it. The 2 of them were incomparably shocked, incomparably excited, and shouted loudly, "Boss is mighty, boss is domineering, ha ha ha." Zhuang and the other girls were also boiling. "Instructor, you're too cool." Luo Tian also smiled happily and walked in front of Lu Kai and said, "Elder Lu, you lost. And you." He looked at the elders of the Beast Taming Hall and said, "You lost too." Lu Kai's face was very ugly, and his cheeks were also burning. After being slapped by Luo Tian, he said in a low voice, "What do you want to do if you lose?" Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "I don't want to do anything to you. You're an elder of the Manpa sect. You telling him to stay away from me is good for him. However, I want to remind you that you shouldn't be short-sighted. You should never look down on others. There are some people who you can't even reach." From the beginning, Luo Tian did not want to do anything to them. They were also doing this for their own disciples. This showed that Qin Yu and Man Pa held a very high position in their hearts. Lu Kai's expression became even uglier as he shouted, "Luo Tian, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. It's not your turn to teach me a lesson. Humph! The elders of the beast-taming hall were the same. Luo Tian did not say anything more, and only sneered. At this moment, Zhu Ying walked in front of the mission elder and said, "Is this considered to have completed the mission?" The mission elder nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, yes." Zhu Ying giggled. "Then how many points does this SSS level 10 star dangerous mission have?" The mission elder flipped through it and said, "Won 1,000,000 points. Do you want to record it in the name of the team or split it?" Zhu Ying immediately said, "I don't want points." Sheng Nen also immediately said, "We don't want it either." At this time, Lu Kai pushed Manpa. Manpa did not hesitate and said, "I don't want it either." Immediately after, Chun Yu also said, "I don't want it either." Lu Kai immediately frowned and said, "He is a disciple of my inscribing array hall. I will take his share of the points on his behalf. This mission has 8 people, so it should be divided into 8 parts." The elder of the beast-taming hall also said, "Elder Lu is right. It should be divided into 8 parts. Why not? They all contributed. Without them, would he be able to kill the 9-headed flood dragon? He had to. This was a point. On average, more than 100,000 points could be exchanged for a lot of good things, and it could also increase the influence of the hall. An SSS-level mission. What kind of awesome existence was this? It instantly soared to the leaderboard. Man Po's face turned angry and said, "Elder Lu, this mission has nothing to do with me. If I say I don't want it, then I don't want it." Chun Yu also said, "This is a mission completed by the boss alone. We didn't do anything. We don't have the qualifications to get these points." Luo Tian said, "Don't say that since we're all on the same mission, then the points will be divided." Luo Tian never thought of taking all the points for himself. Just as he finished, Chun Yu said, "Boss, if you treat us as brothers, then you can take the points alone. We didn't do anything at all. If we take the points, would we still have the face to follow you?" Manpa said, "If you treat us as brothers, then we can take the points. If not, I won't call you boss next time." This was a matter of principle. They didn't deserve it. And even if they helped, they wouldn't take the points as Luo Tian needed them more than them. Red Lotus Peak was just too poor and needed these points to exchange for cultivation resources. They couldn't snatch it anymore. If they split the points, then they wouldn't be considered humans anymore. When the surrounding disciples saw this, they were all envious. 100,000 points. This was a number that many disciples wouldn't be able to earn in their entire lives. They gave it up just like that. Wasn't that just too bold? Lu Kai's face turned green, and he shouted in his heart, "If not for the sect competition, would I let you do this?" He was unhappy. Zhu Ying immediately said, "Elder, give all the points to the instructor. His name is Luo Tian." The mission elder looked at Lu Kai and said slightly, "Then give all the 1,000,000 points to him." With a stroke of the pen, Luo Tian had won 1,000,000 points under his name. He directly killed everything. He became the person with the highest points in the Icefire sect. Moreover, he instantly killed Sidohong. Chapter 2111. The leaderboard was refreshed. Luo Tian's name appeared at the top of the leaderboard, far ahead of Sidohong, who was in second place. In just half a day, Luo Tian's name appeared on the leaderboard and rushed to first place at lightning speed. The outer sect was shocked. The inner sect was also shocked. An outer sect disciple actually completed an SSS-level super mission with his own strength. Amazing, amazing. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him? Yeah, why haven't I heard of such a genius before? He's called Luo Tian or something. He's the kid who seriously injured Situ, Chong, last time. He seems to be the first place of this year's assessment. He entered Red Lotus Peak as a slave. Ah, there's such a thing. I heard that he was even taken as a direct disciple by Hall Masterly. I'm not sure if it's true or not. A disciple reported in front of several elders. Luo Tian disappeared after entering Ice Fire Sect. It was as if he had never entered Ice Fire Sect. No one noticed him. As for his assessment results, everyone only remembered his heavenly spiritual root, which was also a trash spiritual root. He stepped on Situ Hong this time. I think the Situ family is going to be famous. It's time for someone to suppress him. Look at how arrogant the Situ family has become during this time. They don't take us seriously at all. Let's be quiet. Even if that kid suppresses Situ Hong, it's only for now. Can he suppress him in the future? It's definitely impossible. Moreover, in terms of strength and talent, he's not Situ Hong's opponent at all. Is it true? He hasn't fought with his opponent yet. How do you know? This year's sect competition, I must go and see this kid's glory. No matter what, I have to admire him. A person who can suppress Situ Hong is definitely not an ordinary person. I also want to go and see. This year's sect competition will definitely be interesting. I heard that there are many new stars. In another place, Situ family in a huge courtyard in the inner sect. This was Situ Hong's exclusive courtyard. It was also the special privilege of a direct disciple and also the headquarters of the Situ family. Humph! Preposterous! Situ Dao slammed his right hand heavily, causing the entire hall to shake. A mere trash from the outer sanctum dares to ride on our heads? I think he's tired of living. Situ Dao was the leader of the Situ family, the low level of the Broken Sea realm. He was also one of the 10 great elders of the inner sect and one of the 10 great experts. The Situ family's current achievements were also under his management and operation. An elder said, "Big brother, the SSS level mission with a 10-star danger coefficient. Can he, a trash in the sea forming realm, complete it? Impossible. Even if you beat me to death, I don't believe that he can be compared to Situ Hong. That's impossible. He must have been King lucky. The 9-headed flood dragon was killed by an expert, and he took advantage of it. Third brother is right." Another elder said, "However, a mission is a mission. He completed it and got the points. I heard that he exchanged a large number of cultivation resources back to the Crimson Lotus Peak. What's infuriating is that his points are just 1 point more than Situ Hong's. Isn't this an insult to the Situ family? I sent someone to investigate just now. This time, they exchanged points to prepare for the grand tournament. During this time, Luo Tian has been a slave in the logistics department. What's strange is that he actually led 5 slaves to defeat the official disciples of the Crimson Lotus Hall. This time he's going to lead those slaves to participate in the grand tournament. Huh. Ha ha ha. Slaves can participate in the grand tournament? Isn't he afraid of being laughed at? Situ Dao frowned and said, "The annual grand tournament. This is a very good opportunity. We must humiliate him." "All right. Where's Situ Chong?" "Where did he go?" Situ Dao frowned and asked. An elder said, "I haven't seen him for half a month." Not only Situ Tsong, but also Situ Shan and a few other elite disciples of the Situ family have disappeared. Huh. Situ Dao's face darkened and said, "Went outside to train." "I'm not sure. I didn't give any instructions, but he left the Ice Fire sect on the same day as Luo Tian. Could it be?" He did not continue, but looked at Situ Hong, who had been silent the entire time. It was also at this time. Situ Hong's eyes turned cold and said, "Investigate my brother's matter immediately." Situ Dao immediately said, "Send our people out and immediately investigate. Find out where he went and what happened." "Yes, sir." Situ Hong cared a lot about this brother of his. Both of their parents had died when they were young. It could be said that without his brother, he wouldn't be the current him. Now that something had happened to Situ Chong, he would definitely not let him off. Then, Situ Hong said coldly, "In this grand tournament, I will fight in the name of the Situ family. Luo Tian, it doesn't matter if you touched my big brother or not. This time I won't let you off. I want to see what qualifications you have to complete the SSS level mission. Sidhu Hong's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his face was incomparably gloomy. Being crushed by Luo Tian, he was very unhappy. From the day he entered the Ice Fire sect, he didn't put anyone in his eyes. He didn't even bother to take the exam, because he disdained it. However, when his brother's lower body was crippled, he was furious. This time he was truly angry. Regardless of whether it had anything to do with Luo Tian or not, he would cripple Luo Tian. Sidhu Hong was furious. While the entire sect was talking about Luo Tian was celebrating in the logistics courtyard as if it was the new year. Ha ha ha! Instructor, we've struck it big this time. There's so many cultivation resources that we can't even use them all up. It's like the new year. How can the new year be so good? All of them were happier than ever before. This was probably the happiest day they had ever been in the Ice Fire sect. Luo Tian laughed faintly. Since you have the resources, then hurry up and train. There are still 3 days before the sect large competition. You must let them see your power. Also, if you want to obtain the status of an official disciple, you must give it your all this time. This was a chance to prove himself. There were still 3 days. Luo Tian looked at their excited expressions and thought to himself, I have to work hard too. He looked at the distant hillside, which was in the direction of the crimson Lotus Peak. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he thought to himself, Li Juqing, how is it? Am I strong enough? Other than a few disciples who had enmity with Luo Tian, the Crimson Lotus Peak was basically very happy because Luo Tian had won glory for the Crimson Lotus Peak. In addition, Li Juqing was very unhappy. You actually didn't give me anything. You didn't even give me any resources after exchanging hundreds of thousands of points. Luo Tian, you scum! She was very unhappy. He was quite unhappy. According to the rules, after completing the mission, he should pay some contribution points to the hall. It was the most important resource for the hall. However, Luo Tian didn't even care about her, not to mention the contribution points. After exchanging so many things, he didn't give her a single one. Li Juqing was very unhappy. Chapter 2112. Night. Zhu Ying's group of 5 were truly non-stop cultivators. Luo Tian quietly slipped out. He was going to find Old Devil Boulder, passing through the dormitory area of the War Martial Hall. Luo Tian jumped down the cliff without any hesitation. Falling into the air, a powerful force dragged Luo Tian down. Then, like riding a roller coaster, Luo Tian entered the space of the karst cave. Young master, you're finally back. You scared me to death. Old Devil Boulder's eyes revealed a look of worry. Seeing that Luo Tian was unharmed, he was relieved. He had sensed what had happened in the Black Pool mountain range from Luo Tian's body. It was truly too dangerous. Luo Tian took out a large amount of delicious food from the space ring and laughed. Old Devil, did you explode with this power in the deep pool? Old Devil Boulder picked up a roasted chicken and ate it crazily, saying, I was afraid that you would be injured, so I left a thought on your body. This thought can link to my power at that time. It was too dangerous. I had no choice but to. Young master, I didn't tell you about this matter. It's this old man's fault. This old man apologizes to you. Old Devil Boulder said apologetically. He was also doing it out of kindness. Luo Tian hurriedly said, What are you apologizing for? I still need to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have died in the pool. Indeed, if it wasn't for the Vajra Scepter's powerful barrier blocking the attack of the 7 flood dragons, how could Luo Tian kill the 9 flood dragons? It was simply impossible. Old Devil Boulder drank a mouthful of strong wine and slowly said, Young master, you activated the power of the Vajra Scepter. That is your Luo family's unique devil will. I don't know if anyone in this world will notice it, but if someone sensed it, then your current situation will be very dangerous. When he gave the Vajra scepter to Luo Tian, he told him not to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Now he used it. The unique devil intent of the Luo Shi clan had also erupted. The Marshalsea region was still fine, but once the experts of the high-level regions sensed this special devil intent, they would definitely send people to investigate. If it was discovered that Luo Tian was a descendant of the Luo clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Luo Tian didn't think about this and said, "Old devil, I will be careful." Boulder Geezer said in a low voice, "I hope no one notices." "It doesn't matter even if they notice. They won't be able to find this place so quickly. You still have time now. Try to get into the heaven roll as soon as possible." Boulder Old Demon's eyes were filled with excitement as he said, "Back then your father was #1 on the heaven leaderboard. Back then it was truly glorious." Luo Tian was stunned for a moment. "Challenge the heaven list?" Boulder Geezer said, "The higher one's ranking is, the more attention they will attract. Their influence will also increase. Back then, your father made the Luo family strong by making it to the heaven ranking. Now that your father has disappeared, you should shoulder the mission of making the Luo family rise. Making it to the heaven ranking is the fastest shortcut. The rise of the Luo family." Luo Tian was dumbfounded and said, "Old devil, I didn't come to the Chaos Realm for this." Boulder Geezer's eyes sank and said, "Young master, this is something you must do. Don't you want to take revenge for the Luo family? Don't you want to know the reason why your father disappeared? You must carry the banner of the Luo family. You must make those who killed the Luo family for 1,000,000 years pay the price. These people must also pay the price. The old master is not here, so you must carry the banner. I believe that there are many people like me in the Luo family, but they are hiding. If you can get to the top of the heaven leaderboard, I believe they will all come out." Boulder Old Devil was very excited as he spoke. Moreover, in just half a month, Luo Tian's cultivation had already reached the middle grade Furious Sea realm. This speed was even slower than his master's in the past. He saw hope from Luo Tian. Luo Tian's mind was not on this. Luo family? Whose Luo family? His father's Luo family? That was only his father's Luo family. He didn't have any sense of belonging at all, and he didn't even know that such a family existed since he was young. Luo Tian didn't have any concept of the word home. However, seeing the sealed chains on Boulder Geezer's body, Luo Tian's mind secretly tightened. He was extremely unhappy, just like when he saw Dan being sealed in hell. He thought to himself, how many people in the Luo family are like the old devil, being sealed like this for millions of years? Huff! No matter what, my mission is to do my daughter and son first. Let's talk about other things later. Luo Tian made up his mind. Then, Luo Tian said, "Old devil, I came here this time to show you something. See if it can help you break the seal." Boulder Geezer was shocked and asked, "Who?" Luo Tian took out the head of the sacred ancient Supreme Lord from the space ring. This was dropped by the 9-headed flood dragon, and it contained an extremely strong power. In terms of power, Luo Tian was unable to reach it. He couldn't even understand it. The moment he took out the statue, Boulder Geezer was so excited that he was stunned. "Sacred ancient Supreme Lord!" Luo Tian said, "You know the owner of this head?" Boulder Geezer said, "Of course I know. This guy became famous even earlier than your father. He was a peak ranker in the primordial era of the Chaos Realm, and in the end he fell. I heard that his body turned into all kinds of statues, with his head as the most important one, and at that time it even caused quite a big fight. But that was just a fight over his hands and feet. I never thought that you would actually obtain the head of the sacred ancient Supreme Lord. This thing is amazing." Luo Tian immediately asked, "Old devil, if I give it to you, will you be able to break through the seal chains if you absorb the power inside?" Boulder Geezer was startled. He looked at Luo Tian and said, "I can't take it." His heart was moved. He didn't expect that after living for millions of years, he would actually meet the descendant of his master, and he was so good to him. Every time he came, he would bring food for him to eat. He definitely couldn't take the head of the sacred ancient Supreme Lord. Luo Tian directly asked, "Tell me, if you absorb the power in the head of the sacred ancient Supreme Lord, will you be able to break through the seal chains? Just tell me that." Boulder Geezer was silent for a moment, then said, "I'm not completely confident." Luo Tian asked, "How confident are you?" Boulder Geezer said, 70%. F*CK. Luo Tian immediately threw the statue of the sacred ancient Supreme Lord at the feet of Boulder Geezer. "Hurry up and absorb it for me. Then break through the seal chains. Don't say anything else." Boulder Geezer. He became famous 1,000,000 years ago. He was simply a monster. He could transmit power into the Vajra scepter from thousands of miles away. Once the seal was broken, how strong would he be? He would definitely be an extremely terrifying existence. With such a super strong expert by his side, who would Luo Tian be afraid of in this chaos realm? Luo Tian was really looking forward to the day when Boulder Geezer would break the seal. That day would definitely be a day that would turn the world upside down. Incomparable anticipation. Boulder Geezer was so moved that he couldn't speak and said, "Young master," Luo Tian said, "if you still call me young master, then accept this thing, and it's best if you quickly cultivate and break through the seal chains." Boulder Geezer did not refuse again and said, "This old man obeys." Luo Tian said, "There's one more thing. I want to improve my artifact refining, pill refining, array inscription, and beast taming. There's still some things that I don't understand." He had to be prepared. The SSS level mission was too eye-catching for him. The sect assessment, this time, was definitely not that simple. Just the peaceful Sidhu family was abnormal. Luo Tian had to be prepared for everything. Chapter 21:13. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the sect competition. In the past 3 days, Luo Tian had been in a state of disappearance. Under the guidance of the old devil of Boulder in the cave, he cultivated alchemy, refining, engraving, beast taming, as well as the use of combat skills and the control of power. It had to be said, the old devil of Boulder was almost an all-rounder. Whether it was refining, alchemy, or anything else, he basically knew everything and could help Luo Tian solve all his problems. Just that, Luo Tian didn't know that if the seal on his body was unlocked, he would be even more awesome. The old devil of Boulder was once his father's #1 general. He was even more versatile. The sect competition was an annual event of the Icefire sect. Although it was held in the outer sect, many inner sect disciples and elders would come to watch. Then again, the sect competition was also the largest market trade of the year. The refined profound weapon would immediately be auctioned, as well as the pills and war beasts that had been refined in the past. In addition to the strength of each hall, there would also be a competition of economy. It could be said that this was a comprehensive competition. There are a few amazing new stars this year. Yeah, I also heard that Man P of the Engraving Hall can already deduce hundreds of changes in their ray. This is amazing, and the key point is that his fighting strength is extremely strong. He has already reached the middle level of the Raging Sea, and his fighting strength has already exceeded 50,000 points. Chin Yu of the Beast Taming Hall is also not bad. Not only can he quickly subdue war beasts, he can also raise the level of war beasts in the shortest time possible. This time, his strength has also broken through a lot. I heard that his beast taming skills are even stronger than the elders of the Beast Taming Hall. You guys are all weak. Engraving formation, beast taming, these are all child's play. What is the real power? Force. Although the War Martial Hall didn't recruit any new people this year. But don't forget, Situhong is a disciple of the War Martial Hall. Can Situhong fight? If he were to fight, he would probably be able to kill everyone in seconds. Red Lotus Peak. Li Juqing was very anxious. You guys can't even look after a single person. 3 days. 3 days. Where did he go? Li Juqing flipped out. The sect competition was about to begin, but Luo Tian was actually gone. Moreover, he disappeared for 3 days. Even Zhu Ying did not know what was going on. Zi Yan sneered. Master, that fellow was probably scared and ran away. Men are the most unreliable things in this world. Shengnan immediately shouted. The instructor isn't that kind of person. You're the unreliable one. Zi Yan was punished to become a slave. However, some time ago, Li Juqing had no choice but to restore her identity as the Scarlet Training Hall lacked personnel to manage it. Zi Yan said, "Did I say something wrong?" She didn't run at any other time, but chose to run when he was around. If this wasn't fear, then what was? If this isn't unreliable, then what is? I heard that the #1 disciple of the Ice Fire sect, Sidu Hong, will participate. He must be afraid of Sidu Hong, so he ran away. Master, I didn't believe what you said before, but now I do. Men are just unreliable. There's not a single one to worry about, Ziyan said fiercely. Li Juqing shouted, "Enough!" Ziyan's face turned cold, not daring to say anything more. Zhu Ying said, "Master, the instructor will not run away. If he wanted to run away, he would have run away long ago. Why wait until now? Moreover, the instructor is not that kind of person." Li Juqing also knew that Luo Tian would not run away, but where was he now? Moreover, she suddenly realized a very serious problem that had been bothering her. Why did Luo Tian join the Scarlet Training Peak? The Scarlet Training Hall did not have anything. So why didn't he choose another battle hall with a status as the #1? Why did he choose her Scarlet Training Peak? For a woman? Not at all. If Luo Tian was doing it for a woman, the Logistics Academy would have long become his harem. Furthermore, Zhu Ying and the others were so protective of him. They knew that these women would definitely be willing to sacrifice themselves for Luo Tian. Just like that, they were still virgins, which was enough to prove that Luo Tian did not enter the Scarlet Training Hall for a woman. What was it for? Li Juqing could not understand. Huff! Li Juqing looked at the time and said slightly, "Forget it, I won't wait for him." Zhu Ying. Zhu Ying took a step forward and said, "Disciple is here." Li Juqing said, "This time you will lead the team, as long as you bring out the level of the competition in the Scarlet Training Peak. I believe that everyone will be shocked." Disciple obeys. Zhu Ying said, but she was not confident in her heart, because Luo Tian was not here. Li Juqing said, "Follow me down the mountain now, to the sect's martial arts practice field." Outer sect martial arts practice field. The largest martial arts practice field in the Icefire sect, a huge martial arts practice field that could accommodate 100,000 people at once. Today's martial arts practice field was a little different. It was divided into 7 areas: Battle Hall, Array Carving Hall, Beast Taming Hall, Alchemy Hall, Refining Hall, and Scarlet Training Hall. These were the 5 great battle halls of the Icefire sect. The 6th area was the auction area. This was not much different from the past, but this year there was an additional area, and this area was even larger than the first battle hall's battle hall. Furthermore, the flag hanging there did not belong to any battle hall, but to the Situ family. This was the first time in the history of the Icefire sect that a clan was holding a large competition. A clan against a battle hall? It was on a completely different level. How could a clan compare to a battle hall? However, the Situ family was different. Walala! Everyone look, the people from the Situ family are here. Situ Dao, one of the 10 great elders of the Icefire sect, and also one of the 10 great experts. Look, the #1 disciple of the Icefire sect, Situ Hong, is really participating in the sect competition. Oh my God, so handsome. Situ Hong, so handsome, if only I could marry him. The #1 person on the wind cloud list. And I heard that he will soon be able to squeeze into the Chaos Realms Heaven list. I heard that his battle strength has already broken through 100,000 points. I don't know if it's true or not. Many female disciples in the square screamed in infatuation. Situ Hong was expressionless. He did not react to the screams around him at all, looking cold. This caused the surrounding female disciples to be even more infatuated. He only had one goal in coming to participate in the sect competition, Luo Tian. In these 3 days, the only thing that could be confirmed was that Situ Chong had gone to the Blackpool mountain range, and it just so happened that Luo Tian had gone to the same place. For him to not return after such a long time, there could only be a barrier. He was dead. Even his corpse was not found. Situ Hong secretly swore that he would definitely take revenge for his big brother. In another place, in the abyss behind the mountain, corpses were everywhere. A man wielded the dark Xian axe, charging and killing without any restraint. Finally, he stopped. Luo Tian took a deep breath. My experience points are burning. I can release an instant kill again. Time to go back. Chapter 2114. In the center of the martial arts field, an old man walked up the stage and coughed softly. Immediately after, the entire martial arts field instantly quietened down. The sect competition is a competition of strength, creativity, and hard work. Whether it's a newcomer or a qualified disciple, bring out your true strength and let your battle hall shine. The old man's name was Ling Tai. He was the highest elder in the outer sect and also the honorary vice sect leader of the Ice Fire sect, the strongest person in the outer sect battle hall. Ling Tai continued, apart from the competition, the sect will also give you a huge reward. The first battle hall will reward you with 300,000 battle hall points, 10,000 origin stones, and a 30% increase in the cultivation resources you will receive next year. Remember, it's an increase of 3 levels on the basis of last year's first place. His gaze turned and looked in the direction of Scarlet Lotus Hall. For example, if Scarlet Lotus Hall takes first place, the cultivation resources they will get. Let me calculate. At this moment, the surrounding disciples burst into laughter. Everyone knew that Scarlet Lotus Hall was last place last year. Not only last year, but ever since the establishment of Scarlet Lotus Hall, they had been at the bottom. She was like a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch and step on. Li Juqing's face sank and became unhappy. Ling Tai counted with his fingers and smiled. I've calculated it. It can increase cultivation resources by 10 times. Hall Masterly, you have to work hard this year. Don't be last again. As soon as his voice fell, the audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Scarlet Lotus Hall is just a vase of the Ice Fire sect. What can a woman do? She'll definitely be last this year. Junior Sisters of Scarlet Lotus Hall, why don't you dual cultivate with us? I can provide you with cultivation resources. Ha ha ha. Many disciples were laughing at the female disciples of Scarlet Lotus Peak. Even some elders couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ling Tai deliberately used Scarlet Lotus Hall as an example to embarrass Li Juqing. Li Juqing's face was ashen and he was furious. The disciples around him were also furious. Li Juqing said, "Do you see that? Do you see that? Others are laughing at us. This year you must show your strength and let them take a good look. Use your strength and your works to slap their faces and let them understand the power of women." When she spoke, she was a little lacking in confidence. Furthermore, she could tell that the members of Team Tyrant Blossoms were also lacking in confidence. They were constantly looking around, their eyes filled with anticipation. They were waiting for Luo Tian to appear. Li Jueqing was also waiting. She didn't know why, but the closer it was to the sect tournament, the more uncertain she felt. She didn't see Luo Tian's confident expression, and her heart was a little flustered, because this not only meant the problem of Red Lotus Peak's cultivation resources next year, but also the problem of face. The Situ clan was participating in the sect tournament. Bai Lixing's direct disciple, Sitahong, had participated, but what about her direct disciple? He still hadn't appeared until now. Wasn't he trying to undermine her? The outer sect might not know. However, those elders in the inner sect knew that she had a successor disciple, and it was a male. Moreover, that male successor disciple had said that he would defeat Siduhong. But now, there wasn't even a shadow of a person. How could she be confident? Luo Tian. If you don't show up now, I'm really going to get angry, Li Juqing said through gritted teeth. His heart was filled with anxiety. At this moment, Ling Tai's hands pressed down slightly and said, "If there are rewards, there will naturally be punishments. If anyone is at the bottom of the sect tournament this year, their cultivation resources will be reduced by half." Hall Masterly, listen carefully, it's reduced by half. Li Juqing exploded and scolded. Ling Tai, you old thing, why are you saying this to me? If it's reduced by half, then so be it. Even if it's all reduced, I'm not afraid. We still don't know who will win this year. Why would my red lotus hall be at the bottom? The corner of Ling Tai's mouth curled up, and he seized the opportunity to immediately say, "All reduced? Since Hall Master Li has said so, then I'll ask the other battle halls if they agree." "I agree on behalf of the War Hall. What about the Array Carving Hall?" As soon as he finished his business, the Hall Master of the Array Carving Hall, Yu Chan, immediately said, "Array Carving Hall agrees. Beast Taming Hall agrees. Alchemy Hall agrees. Refining Hall agrees. My Situ clan also agrees." Situ Dao also said loudly. In an instant, he directly forced Li Juqing to the edge of the cliff. This was not giving him a way out. Ling Tai smiled faintly and said, "Hall Masterly, this is your suggestion, and everyone has agreed. What about you? You can't be afraid, right?" "Afraid? From the moment I was born until now, I have never known what fear is." Li Juqing's head was hot. How could he endure being suppressed by the 6 great forces? Li Juqing shouted, "I also agree. All of you, remember what you said. If anyone goes back on their words, then they are animals. The entire battle hall is an animal." Zhu Ying said in a low voice, "Master, why did you agree to them? They are setting a trap for you. If you don't have any cultivation resources, then how can the Red Lotus Hall continue? When the time comes, the Red Lotus Hall will be disbanded." Li Juqing was too impulsive, but at this time she had no choice. After being bullied to such an extent, she did not think too much and shouted, "It's all up to you. You are now in control of the fate of the Red Lotus Hall." Just as Zhu Ying said, if the Red Lotus Peak did not have any cultivation resources, then the Red Lotus Hall would be dismissed. Moreover, the Icefire sect would not allow her to continue. Li Juqing looked cold and heartless on the outside, but her personality was actually fiery, impulsive, and not easily provoked. Ling Tai had used this point to purposely set a trap for her. He wanted to make her look bad, close the Red Lotus Peak to a dead end, and not give Li Juqing any way out. This was also the intention of the Situ family. Because of Luo Tian, the battle hall that Luo Tian was in, no matter what battle hall it was, had to be cleaned up. Situ Hong wanted to make Luo Tian homeless, to make him like a stray dog, and no one would dare to take him in. At the same time, once the Red Lotus Peak was dismissed, it would become the territory of the Situ family. The Situ family would establish his Situ War Hall in the Red Lotus Peak. This was the purpose of Situ Dao's participation in the sect competition this time. Kill and cripple. Ling Tai continued, "Since everyone agrees, then that's good. I won't waste any more words. The sect competition will last for 3 days. Let's begin. Do your best." Ling Tai walked down the stage, but did not return to the War Marshal Hall. Instead, he went to the Situ family's seat with a smile on his face. Situ Dao also welcomed him with a smile on his face. Li Juqing's heart sank. She suddenly remembered that their goal was not to reduce all the resources, but to reduce her Red Lotus Peak. She said in her heart, "Too ruthless." Chapter 2115. Who benefited the most from the disbandment of the Scarlet Lotus Hall? Sidhu family. As long as the Scarlet Lotus Hall was disbanded. With Sidhu Hong's status and influence as a true disciple, he could immediately take over the Scarlet Lotus Peak and establish it as the sixth great battle hall of the Ice Fire sect. Li Juqing had never thought of this. By the time she thought of this, it was already too late. How despicable. Ling Tai, you actually joined forces with the Sidhu family to deal with me? Li Juqing was furious. She couldn't bring herself to go back on her word. Moreover, at this time, the sect's great competition had already begun. The sect's main score was 3 days. The first 2 days were all about refining pills, inscribing formations, and taming beasts. It was a competition of strength and influence. Fortunately, the first 2 days were just some competitions. The main event was on the 3rd day. Every time the 7 major forces held a grand competition, from alchemy to formation engraving, each of them would have a grand competition. The one with the most weight and the most points would be the martial arts competition. Whoever could defeat the other 6 great battle halls would win, and would also be able to win points for their battle hall. Every competition had a corresponding point reward. In the first 2 days, as long as one refined something good, they would be rewarded with points. Based on the final points, the battle hall with the most points would be first place. At this moment, the other battle halls had already begun. An hour later, there would be a small auction. This time, all the refined items would be auctioned off. Instructor isn't back yet. Where did he go? Ruo Qin became anxious. Every member of Bawang Flowers was very anxious, and those cheerleaders who were originally trained were also like eggplants that had been beaten by frost. Every one of them was listless. Because Luo Tian wasn't here, Li Juqing shouted, "What are you all doing? Take out your strength. You all heard and saw it just now. If we are at the bottom this time, our Scarlet Lotus Hall will face the danger of disbanding. Quick, quick, quick. Move, move. Just bring out your usual strength." Li Juqing urged. Zhu Ying also followed. Everyone cheer up. The instructor is not here. We can't let others see everything we have. Everything we have is given to us by the instructor. If he is not here, we should work even harder. Senior Sister Xingnan, you're in charge of refining weapons. For the first round of the auction, we will refine a weapon. Everyone get moving. Zhu Ying secretly clenched her fists and shouted in her heart, "Instructor, where are you? Come back quickly." At this moment, the members of Crimson Drill Hall began to move as well. However, all of them had a layer of frost on their face due to their lack of confidence. Luo Tian was their backbone. Without Luo Tian, they were not confident. The 7 great battle halls were operating rapidly. Apart from them, there were also countless disciples watching. Situ Lian, the weapon-forging genius of the Situ clan, is making his move. Everyone go and take a look. Wow! Artifact forging is too amazing. I came to see Sidhu Hong. Wow, he's so handsome. Boom! The first product of the refining hall has been born. How long has it been? In less than an hour, he was able to refine a high-grade profound weapon. Oh my god! The rising star of the engraving hall, Manpa, has made a super array. This array can absorb 3 times the heaven and earth spirit chi. It is simply a super treasure for martial artists. The rising star of the beast taming hall, Qinyu, has upgraded a 3rd grade combat beast to a 4th grade combat beast on the spot. His beast taming ability is too strong. News of victory kept coming in, causing a commotion in the surroundings. Only the area where Crimson Drill Hall was located was deserted. The men surrounding Crimson Drill Hall had a wretched expression on their faces. They were not here to watch Crimson Drill Hall refine weapons, but to see the beauties. I heard that the representatives of Crimson Drill Hall are all servants of the logistics department. I heard that they are not even official disciples. Can such people refine weapons? I heard about it too. Sending a servant, this Crimson Drill Hall is really something. They have already given up on treatment. Even if they send official disciples, they will be at the bottom. It's better to send some servants. It will look better if they lose. Damn, why do you care so much? It's fine as long as there are beauties to watch. Once Crimson Drill Peak is at the bottom, Crimson Drill Hall will probably disband. At that time, these female disciples will be distributed to various halls. Our good days will come then. Ha ha ha. The discussion around Crimson Drill Peak revolved around this topic. The discussion was not loud, but every disciple could hear it clearly. Many of the female disciples were even a little scared. Boom! Shang Nan was sent flying. The refining table in front of her directly exploded. The furnace exploded. The furnace exploded. Come and see. Crimson Drill Hall's furnace exploded. Ha ha ha! Why is a woman refining weapons? She's not even suitable for refining weapons. I didn't expect this year's Crimson Drill Peak to be worse than last year's. I'm dying of laughter. Shang Nan climbed up from the ground, furious. She was about to rush out with her sword when Zhu Ying pulled her back. Senior sister Shang Nan, don't be rash. Shang Nan shouted, I'm going to tear these stinky men's mouths apart. She was disturbed by these discussions when she was refining. She could not calm down at all. Plus, Luo Tian was not here, so she could not calm down even more. Li Jueqing sat in his chair and murmured, It's over. Crimson Training Hall is done for. In the distance, Ling Tai sneered, Crimson Drill Hall? Ha ha ha. I'm afraid Crimson Drill Hall will no longer exist in the Icefire sect in 3 days. Situ Clan. A disciple reported to Situ Hong. Senior brother, I didn't find Luo Tian's figure. He didn't appear in this sect competition. Situ Hong frowned. He didn't appear? The disciple said he didn't appear. I don't know the exact reason. I heard that he disappeared 3 days ago, which is the night he completed the SSS grade mission. I don't know where he went. Situ Hong said, You can leave first. He felt strange. The sect competition should be the best opportunity to perform. Why did he disappear at this time? Strange, too strange. Huff, huff, huff. Luo Tian stood at the entrance of the martial arts arena, looking at the sea of people, and muttered, I finally made it. I almost died of exhaustion. He ran all the way back from the abyss behind the mountain, afraid that he would not make it. Looking at the sea of people in the martial arts arena, he was shocked. Isn't there too many people here? Senior brother, may I ask where Crimson Drill Hall is? He could not see where Crimson Drill Hall was. The disciple smiled wretchedly. Junior brother, are you going to see the beauties? There are a lot of beauties this year. There was a beauty whose furnace exploded just now. She was so crazy. Furnace exploded? Luo Tian frowned. At this time, there were less than 10 minutes to the auction. Chapter 21:16. What could be done in 10 minutes? Nothing could be done. At this moment, the entire Crimson Training Hall was silent. It was so quiet that everyone was panicking. Without Luo Tian around, they were like machines that had lost their energy source and did not know how to operate. Junior sister, do you want me to teach you? I'm from the refining hall. Junior sister, call me big brother, and I'll refine a dark weapon for you for free. Ha ha ha! Many lecherous men started to laugh. At this moment, Ling Tai walked up and said, Junior sisterly, the first round of the auction is about to begin. How are your preparations? I heard that the furnace exploded. How was it? Did anyone get hurt? Very concerned. Bullshit. His eyes were filled with mockery. Ling Tai looked at Li Juqing's ugly expression and deliberately comforted her. Don't worry, there's still time. The sect competition has just begun. You still have a chance. Li Juqing's face turned green. She wanted to pounce on Ling Tai and trample him to death. She said coldly, Ling Tai, my Crimson Training Hall is not for you to criticize. Get lost. Ling Tai laughed in his heart and said, Junior sisterly, why are you so angry? Didn't I encourage you to do your best? But Ling Tai showed a disdainful smile and said, Anyway, you're used to being at the bottom. Don't be so sad. It's not your first time, right? Ha ha ha. Many of the surrounding war hall's disciples also laughed out loud. Everyone do your best. You must defeat Crimson Training Hall. If you want to dual cultivate with Junior Sister, you must make Crimson Training Hall go bankrupt. Then, Junior Sister will be yours. Let's do it. Everyone wanted to trample on Crimson Training Hall and disband Crimson Training Peak. Ling Tai smiled and said, Junior Sisterly, listen to the voices around you. These are the voices of the disciples. Just go with the flow. Ha ha ha, another wave of laughter. Ling Tai was very arrogant. He was very proud. Looking at Li Juqing's angry expression, he was very proud. He sneered in his heart. If you're not the junior sister of the sect master, would you still be able to establish Crimson Training Hall? You're still qualified to sit here? Humph. Li Juqing, this time I will definitely trample you into the mud. You won't be able to get up for the rest of your life. Right at this moment, Zhu Ying's eyes lit up. She looked at a person in the crowd, and her eyes burned with excitement. Instructor, the instructor is back. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of Team Tyrant Blossoms jerked their heads up and asked, Where? Where? It's the coach. Master, Luo Tian is back. Li Juqing's face was full of anger. He looked at Luo Tian, who was slowly walking out of the crowd. He immediately shouted angrily, Luo Tian, if you don't come, then don't ever show your face again. Luo Tian walked forward and looked at the faces of the surrounding disciples. He murmured, What happened? Li Jueqing grabbed Luo Tian's collar and pointed at Ling Tai. Are you a disciple of Crimson Training Hall? Luo Tian was frightened. Well, I'm just a servant. Li Jueqing shouted, I now announce that you are an official disciple of Crimson Training Peak. Luo Tian said, That's too fast. It's so sudden. I'm not mentally prepared. Li Jueqing glared at him. Don't talk nonsense with me. Let me ask you now. Someone looks down on Crimson Training Hall. Someone wants to force Crimson Training Hall into a dead end. Someone doesn't want to give me a way out. Let me ask you, what should I do? All the disciples of Crimson Training Peak looked at Luo Tian. Ling Tai glanced at Luo Tian and sneered disdainfully. To ch, a servant dares to embarrass himself in the sect competition. It would have been better if he didn't say that. As soon as Ling Tai said that, Luo Tian was instantly unhappy. He looked at Li Jueqing and said, Beat him up. Ha ha ha, Li Jueqing laughed from the bottom of her heart. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly calmed down. When she saw Luo Tian, it was as if her heart that was in her throat had fallen back down. She was incomparably calm, without the slightest bit of panic. Well said, beat him up. Li Jueqing said. Ling Tai glared at Li Juqing and sneered, Hall Masterly, I thought you had a trump card disciple. It turns out that it's just this lecherous man. Just him. Humph. No matter how I look at him, I still think he's trash. Xingnan immediately shouted, Don't think you can be arrogant just because you're an outer elder. Zhu Ying said directly, Who are you calling trash? I think you're the trash. The 5 girls became arrogant. Even the other disciples of Crimson Training Peak became aggressive, as if Luo Tian had given them endless power. Ling Tai's eyes turned fierce as he shouted, Impudent! Li Jueqing became even more arrogant. So what if I'm impudent? Kakik! Ling Tai gritted his teeth and looked furious. He said in a deep voice, The first round of the auction will begin in 5 minutes. If your Crimson Training Hall can't submit a new work within 5 minutes, then your points will be at the bottom. Arrogant? Humph, Li Jueqing, do you have the right to be arrogant? You can be arrogant in front of me after you've secured your Crimson Training Peak. Ling Tai said coldly. Li Jueqing frowned and immediately shrunk. If she didn't submit any items in the first round, she would be 1 step behind. The snowball would get bigger and bigger, and it would be hard for her not to lose in the end. There were only 5 minutes left. It was impossible to refine a Xian weapon in 5 minutes, not even the lowest grade one. Boom, boom, boom. The fire burned brightly and the rhythm was off the charts. Xian iron concentrate, Luo Tian shouted. Sheng Nan reacted instantly. Chapter 21:17. 1. An ear-piercing buzzing sound exploded above the entire martial arts arena. A powerful flame force soared into the sky, connecting the fire of heaven and earth. Burning, burning crazily. The power of the fire element was burning crazily. The entire martial arts arena fell into silence. The disciples around the Scarlet Lotus Hall quickly gathered around and looked at Luo Tian, who was holding a saber hilt and slowly pulling it out. Walala walala, a series of metal screeching sounds rang out. The flame flashed and a powerful demonic intent was released. It was incomparably terrifying. The power burning on the saber was too strong and unbearable. Not a single sound could be heard as everyone stared at Luo Tian with their eyes wide open. Half a minute passed. Luo Tian moved his right hand and pulled out a giant saber from the furnace. The flame was still burning. Swish! It was put into cold water. A basin of ice water boiled instantly. Luo Tian's gaze swept across the audience. All right, that's it. It's a scary scene, but it doesn't look like much. Yeah, look at that black iron plate. What kind of power can it have? Refining is not about those fancy refining methods. It's about the level and power of the mystical weapon. What's going on with him? The disciples around began to discuss. Ling Tai also smiled disdainfully. What kind of mystical weapon can you refine in 3 minutes? That black iron plate is a mystical weapon? Kid, do you know what refining is? Luo Tian did not even look at Ling Tai. He looked at Sheng Nan and said, "The first round of the auction is about to begin. Bring this basin over. Remember, don't take it out before the auction. Also, the starting price of this item is 1,000 primordial stones. Do you understand?" After that, Luo Tian looked at the cheerleaders on the stage and said, "Get the atmosphere up. Let's get high." The cheerleaders were stunned. The disciples around were shocked. Even the disciples of Scarlet Lotus Hall were shocked. Even Li Jueqing was confused by Luo Tian. That's it. Complete refining in 3 minutes? Moreover, it was going to be auctioned for 1,000 primeval stones? How was that possible? Li Jueqing looked at Luo Tian and whispered, "Luo Tian, you're representing Crimson Lotus Hall now. Don't mess it up." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Hall Master, when have I ever messed up?" Liven up the atmosphere. Luo Tian shouted at the cheerleaders, "Give me a lift." Shortly after, the cheerleaders' buttocks swayed as they danced. They tore their clothes apart, revealing the cheerleading uniforms that Luo Tian had prepared for them. On top was a sports vest. The bottom was a pair of super short tights. Their slender legs and alluring skin were all exposed. Moreover, each and every one of them was youthful and beautiful. They jumped on the high platform like a group of fairies. In an instant, it attracted the attention of everyone in the martial arts practice field. Wow, what's going on over there? The junior sisters of the Crimson Training Hall are dancing naked. Let's go take a look. Everyone, let's go and take a look. The junior sister from Scarlet Lotus Hall is too hot. For a moment, the Crimson Lotus Hall was on fire. Almost instantly, it became a sea of people. All of them were like perverts, swallowing their saliva, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were extremely excited as they looked at the beautiful cheerleaders on the high platform. Li Jueqing was slightly shocked. She wanted to stop them, but when she saw Luo Tian, she held back. The first round of the auction will begin in 1 minute. All battle halls, please send over the refined Xian weapons. Repeat. The auction will begin in 1 minute. All battle halls, please send over the refined Xian weapons. Those who do not send over will be disqualified from the first round of the auction and receive 0 points. As soon as the voice faded, Ling Tai stared at Li Jueqing and sneered. Junior sister Li, the auction has begun. It's useless to just use these fancy things. At the critical moment, we still have to see true strength. While they were talking, Ling Tai coldly glanced at Luo Tian and said, Kid, just wait and see. Shan Nan picked up the big water basin and walked in the direction of the auction. Zhu Ying brought a few disciples and followed him. Li Jueqing also wanted to take a look, but seeing that Luo Tian did not move, she could not help but ask, Why aren't you going to take a look? Luo Tian said, There's no need. Li Jueqing said, Are you that confident? She wasn't sure. Moreover, she had just sensed that the blade did not have any energy fluctuations in the water. Could this blade send out 1,000 elemental stones? She didn't believe it, but looking at Luo Tian's confident eyes, she convinced herself in her heart. She wanted to pretend to be aloof and not go, because if Luo Tian didn't go, what was she going to do? But in the end, she couldn't help but say, I'll go take a look. In another place, in the Situ family's direction, a disciple of the Situ family quickly reported, Young master, we've found Luo Tian. Situ Hong's squinted eyes suddenly opened, and a bright light flashed out as he said, He's finally here! At the auction, the profound spirit sword that was refined by the refining hall caused the auction to reach its climax. The crazed bidding went from 10 elemental stones to 100. However, just when everyone thought that the refining hall had won for sure, an elder of the Sidhu family stood up, took out a freshly made dagger, and said faintly, Imperial Sky Dagger, Heaven Stage Level 6. I bought the profound spirit sword from the refining hall just now. As he spoke, he took out the profound spirit sword, smiled at the refining hall, and said, Sorry for the offense. As soon as he finished, the Imperial Sky Dagger lightly tapped. Clang! The profound spirit sword immediately broke. The disciples of the refining hall suddenly stood up, their faces filled with anger. Was this humiliating them? The old man said, I am not trying to humiliate the refining hall. I am just proving its power. Then, everyone was in an uproar. With a light tap, it shattered. This dagger was too powerful. Even the elder of the refining hall's face turned cold, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. This time, the Sidhu family was fully prepared to participate in the sect's large competition. They must cause a sensation in the entire Ice Fire sect. Sidhu Dao looked at the commotion and smiled. This is only the beginning. 900 elemental stones sold. The auction elder knocked on the mallet and said excitedly, This is the first time in the history of the Ice Fire sect that such a high price has ever been offered. Thank you to the Sidhu family for letting us feel what is called a Heaven Stage divine armament. Next up is the last item, the Scarlet Lotus Hall. At this moment, Xing Nan walked onto the stage with a large basin of water. Ha ha ha, what is this person doing? Is he here to auction the basin? Could it be that he brought a basin of water to wash his feet? Elder, I strongly request that the Scarlet Lotus Hall's auction qualifications be revoked. What the hell is this? It doesn't respect this sect's large competition at all. Many people protested. Scarlet Lotus Hall refining? When had it ever shocked anyone? The highest price in history was only 10 elemental stones, and this was because a disciple wanted to curry favor with a junior sister of the Scarlet Lotus Hall. Otherwise, it would not even be 5 elemental stones. Sheng Nan suppressed the anger in her heart and was very unhappy. She did not know why Luo Tian wanted her to bring the basin of water up, but she believed in Luo Tian. Sheng Nan's voice was very loud. This saber has not been named yet. Its starting price is 1,000 elemental stones. The bidding begins now. As soon as the voice fell, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the audience laughed crazily. Even the elders could not help but laugh. What is this called? Is this an insult to our intelligence? Get out of here. Don't embarrass yourself. 1,000 elemental stones. Do you know how much 1,000 elemental stones is? What a retard. What the hell is the Scarlet Lotus Hall doing this year? Everyone was laughing at Sheng Nan. Ling Tai sneered and said to Situ Dao, Brother Situ, this year's Scarlet Lotus Peak will definitely become your Situ family's base. Ha ha ha. Situ Dao laughed. Thank you for your help, Brother Ling. This situation and this reaction could only mean one thing. The Scarlet Lotus Peak was done for. Sheng Nan was like a fool on the stage. She was being laughed at. Zhu Ying hurriedly ran back and said, Coach, senior sister Sheng Nan is being laughed at. What should we do? Luo Tian's eyes narrowed. It's about time. Tell her to pull out the saber from the basin. Next, we'll slap the faces of those who laughed at you. Chapter 2118. Senior Sister Sheng Nan, take out your blade. Zhu Ying stood outside the crowd and shouted. Sheng Nan trembled as she grabbed the hilt and slowly picked up. Very heavy, very heavy. It was as if he couldn't pick it up. Don't be pretentious. What kind of good blade can your Red Lotus Peak refine? Hurry up and scram. At this moment, using all her strength, Sheng Nan clenched her fists and picked up the saber from the basin. Boom! Rumble! The flames were burning crazily, and the back of the blade was burning crazily. Fire! Scarlet flame! Burning on the blade. This was not some blade aura, but the element of fire. The power of the elements. The entire audience was shocked. It was also at this time that Luo Tian slowly walked over to the auction stage. Looking at the shocked expressions of Ling Tai and the others, the corner of his mouth curled up. Why are you laughing? Laugh again. You King, laugh again. The anger in Luo Tian's heart erupted as he swept his gaze across the entire audience. Why aren't you laughing? Xing Nan's arm was trembling. She seemed to be unable to control the scarlet flame saber in her hand, and said, Instructor, I can't take it any more. Luo Tian received it with one hand, looked at the scarlet flame element saber in his hand, and smiled. Let the auction begin. The starting price is now 5,000 primeval stones. The entire audience was crushed by Luo Tian. Li Juqing smiled like a flower. Good boy, you really didn't disappoint me. She walked to Ling Tai's side and laughed disdainfully. Elderling, how much do you think this Xian weapon is worth? Ling Tai's face darkened. Without waiting for him to speak, Li Juqing ruthlessly mocked. Even if you sell yourself, you won't be able to afford this scarlet flame saber, right? Ling Tai stared at Li Juqing, his eyes filled with a cold light, and said, Li Juqing, don't be too arrogant. Ha ha ha, Li Juqing laughed out loud and said, This old lady is so arrogant, what can you do? Ah, weren't you very proud and arrogant just now? Didn't you all laugh at me because there was no one in the Red Lotus Peak? Now they're laughing for this old lady. It had been more than 10 years. Although Li Juqing acted as if nothing had happened on the surface, she was incomparably furious in her heart. However, she still adhered to her original intention of only recruiting female disciples when she established her Red Lotus Peak. Today, Luo Tian's scarlet flame saber made her Red Lotus Peak shine. Although Luo Tian was not a woman, she was still very grateful to him in her heart. Refining Hall, the War Martial Hall, Alchemy Hall, and Array Engraving Hall were all crushed by the Red Lotus Peak. It was the same for the Situ clan. They did not expect that Luo Tian would suddenly erupt and refine such a divine weapon. The scarlet flame saber in his hand was definitely a divine weapon. I bid 10,000 primeval stones. An inner court elder excitedly shouted out the price. 20,000, 50,000. I offer 100,000 primeval stones. Also, I can let him enter the inner sect's elite hall. An inner sect elder said excitedly. He cultivated a fire attribute cultivation method. so no one knew better than him how strong the saber in Luo Tian's hand was. He was too arrogant. At this moment, a voice sounded out from the crowd. "I'll give my life!" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire crowd went into an uproar. Everyone turned to look at that person. They also quickly made way for him. Situhong. Luo Tian also looked over and frowned. He had never seen Situhong before, but he could feel the strong fighting intent coming from Situhong's body. Killing intent. Burning crazily. Situ Dao looked at Situhong, not knowing what he was going to do. But at this time, if Situhong could crush Luo Tian, it would definitely be a good thing. Situhong slowly walked up and said, "Let me ask you, did you kill my big brother?" Luo Tian laughed. "I've killed too many people. Who are you talking about?" He was not afraid in the slightest. Situhong's gaze tensed up as he shouted out, "Situ Chong!" Luo Tian said, "Oh, it's him. Yes, I killed him. What's wrong?" "I broke all the bones in his body and threw him into the dry well. He should have died from the pain." "What? You didn't find the bones?" He did not deny it, because Luo Tian was not afraid of anyone. Situhong's aura exploded, and waves of power burst out from his body. His eyes stared straight at Luo Tian and said, "Luo Tian, I want you to accompany my big brother in death." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The cultivation on his body instantly expanded as if it had exploded. It was also at this time. Luo Tian squinted his eyes. Through the system, he saw Situhong's name turn from white to red. In the game, this was a monster that would take the initiative to attack. Situhong's killing intent was released, and the surrounding disciples were forced to retreat one by one. Xingnan Manpa, Qinyu, and the others never thought that Luo Tian would suddenly admit to this matter. Li Juqing was the same. Was this Luo Tian stupid? Looking at the aura that erupted from Situhong's body, Li Juqing frowned and quickly rushed forward, saying, "Situ Dao, take care of your family's people. This is the sect's large competition. If he dares to make a move here," not waiting for her to finish, Situhong's figure moved, and with a step he directly landed in front of Li Juqing. He grabbed Li Juqing's throat with one hand and shouted, "It's none of your business. Scram to the side." Li Juqing's expression changed greatly. He never thought that Situhong's cultivation would be so high, and his heart sank. Luo Tian is definitely not his match. We can't let him hurt Luo Tian. Li Juqing said with difficulty, "Situhong, this is the Ice Fire sect." She could no longer continue. His throat was gripped tightly. His face was pale and he could no longer breathe. Shangnan, Zhu Ying, and the disciples of the Scarlet Lotus Peak all rushed forward. "Elder Ling Tai, aren't you going to stop them?" Luo Tian asked, then looked at Situ Dao. "Can you really kill people in the sect's large competition?" Ling Tai laughed and said, "Luo Tian, are you afraid?" The power that Situhong had erupted with was too terrifying. He would definitely be able to enter the heaven rankings. Since that was the case, even if he killed Li Juqing, nothing would happen. It was impossible for Bai Lixing to touch him. Thinking of this, Situ Dao laughed coldly and said, "It's just bringing forward the martial competition, and Luo Tian, you killed my Situ family's disciple. I want to settle this debt with you properly." Suddenly, Luo Tian jumped down from the stage and sneered, "Then let's settle this properly." The flames on the scarlet flame blade in his hand suddenly burned crazily, and his gaze darkened. "Wind element open!" Shwa! His speed increased by dozens of times, and with a single step he landed in front of Situ Dao, and similarly grabbed Situ Dao's neck with one hand. Too fast. It was even faster than lightning. Moreover, different from Situhong, Luo Tian's strength was even more ferocious. Situ Dao's Adam's apple was almost crushed, and his cultivation was also ruthlessly crushed by Luo Tian. "You dog, what are you trying to do?" Luo Tian revealed a deathly smile and said, "Kill." He moved his finger. Powerful elemental energy surged out. Crack! His throat was crushed, and at this moment, the power on Luo Tian's finger crazily surged out and drilled into Situ Dao's body. His mind and sea of consciousness were instantly destroyed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Situ Dao for obtaining an experience point and a spirit force of 20,000. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded. Situ Dao was instantly killed. No one could react in time. Looking at Situ Dao's fallen body, the surrounding people screamed crazily as if they had seen something incomparably terrifying. He collapsed. It was also at this time. Ling Tai's eyes were filled with anger as he roared, "Brat, you're courting death!" He took a step forward. The aura of the Broken Sea realm was completely released, and it was like a huge wave crashing down. It was too powerful. The scarlet flame saber in Luo Tian's hand moved and slashed the air. What I hate the most is the suppression of the realm. Shua! With one slash, the crushing power released by Ling Tai was destroyed. At the same time, Luo Tian's speed increased to the limit. He withdrew his blade and moved his fists. Thunder element, open for me! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The crackling thunder element on his arm covered his entire arm, and a fist swept out. The fist rushed into the air, and Luo Tian's arm seemed to have disappeared. It was too fast. Ling Tai punched out as well. Go to hell! He was in the Broken Sea realm. Luo Tian's Angry Sea realm was not on the same level at all. However, Luo Tian didn't dodge. His chest bore the brunt of Ling Tai's punch. At the same time, Luo Tian's fist also burst out from the void and swept across Ling Tai's temple. Bang! One punch to the head. Instant kill. Blood sprayed all over the ground. If killing Situ Dao was something that happened so suddenly that many people didn't react, then killing Ling Tai was something that happened right in front of their eyes. Crazy! He's crazy. The two elders were killed in seconds. This man is crazy. Their brains couldn't bear it. Their scalps were numb, and Luo Tian seemed to have turned into a crazy magical beast. Sidu Hong's face also changed dramatically. He was also shocked. Li Jueqing, Shengnan, and Zhuing were all the same. Was this still the Luo Tian they knew? In an instant, he changed into a different person. Very crazy. What was arrogance? This was arrogance. Luo Tian stared at Situ Hong and said, "Situ Hong, are you happy? Do you want to continue?" Ah. Situ Hong pushed Li Jueqing away, moved his body, and shouted, "Kill him." The disciples of the Situ family all rushed up. At this moment, an elder of the War Martial Hall also shouted, "Disciples of the War Martial Hall, listen up, kill him!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A violent bear with a thunderous roar rushed out. Qin Yu stood on the head of the bear and rushed to Luo Tian's side, saying, "Boss!" Almost in an instant, he made his choice. He did not hesitate at all. No matter what Luo Tian had become, he was still Qin Yu's boss. His life was given to him by Luo Tian, and even if Luo Tian became enemies with the previous world, he would still stand on the same side as Luo Tian. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Man-Pa threw caution to the wind and rushed out, shouting, "Boss!" Shangnan, Zhuing, and the other female disciples of the Logistics Academy all rushed to Luo Tian's side and said in unison, "Instructor!" Li Jueqing crawled up from the ground and said, "Luo Tian, are you crazy?" Everyone stop. Li Jueqing wanted to stop him. However, Situ Hong's eyes were bloodshot, and his killing intent soared to the sky. He roared loudly, "Kill!" He had just been discharged from the hospital today, so he was really sorry for not updating for such a long time. He had worked hard for an entire afternoon to write these few words, and his thoughts had also been cut off. The old cow wanted to finish and rest for a while. There were many problems with his body, especially his eyes, so he planned to finish it in the next few days. Chapter 2119. With a single order, The disciples of the Sidhu family and the War Marshal Hall rushed forward like a tide. The elder of the War Beast Hall shouted, "Chin Yu, come back!" The elder of the Inscription Hall was the same. "Man Pa, come back here!" Luo Tian was indeed strong, but could he be stronger than the entire Ice Fire sect? If the Sidhu family and the War Marshal Hall joined hands, who in the entire outer sect would be a match for them? He's really crazy. Li Juqing frowned. Then let's go all out. Disciples of the Scarlet Lotus Peak, listen to Luo Tian's orders. Whoever dares to come, kill them. Li Juqing made his choice. There was no other way. At this time, she had no choice but to make a choice. Kill, kill, kill them all. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth turned cold as he stared at Situ Hong in the crowd and said faintly, "To catch a thief, first catch the leader. You, Situ Hong, are the #1 ranker of the Ice Fire sect? The one who wants to enter the heaven ranking, right? Then let me see how strong you are. Let's see how many people your Sidhu family has." Luo Tian shouted Mad Dog mode. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian entered Olaf's berserk state. Following that, his body turned scarlet red, both hands holding onto the dual axes. He rushed out in large strides. "All of you die! Shwa! Shwa, shwa, shwa! One axe, one axe, one axe!" The disciples of the Sidhu family who rushed forward were all killed by Luo Tian. The scene was too bloody. The disciples of the War Marshal Hall and the disciples of the Sidhu family who were rushing forward, like a tidal wave, were completely crushed back by Luo Tian alone. "Come on! All of you, come on!" Ding! 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 The system beep kept ringing. Luo Tian did not choose to level up. He wanted to be safe. Steam rose from the top of Sidhu Hong's head, and he was incomparably furious. Seeing Luo Tian arrogantly rushing forward, the aura in his body suddenly exploded. Buzz! With a burst of energy, Sidhu Hong held a divine sword in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the sword locked onto Luo Tian's throat as he said in a low voice, "Die for me." "Luo Tian, be careful. Boss, be careful." "Too fast. I can't block it." Situ Hong's sword was too fast. Moreover, it carried a type of transcendent power that was impossible to block. Resist? Luo Tian didn't think about it. He put away the axe in his left hand and thought, "Fire element!" Boom! A dark Xian axe was ignited as his body leaped into the air. Before Situ Hong's long sword could land on him, his body abruptly spun. Waist chop! The Xianming axe swept out. Shwa! The void seemed to be torn apart. Situ Hong's waist was struck, and his expression changed. Then, before he could react, Luo Tian's figure had already disappeared. His heart turned cold. A figure descended from the sky. It was as if it blotted out the sun. Cut! Like a slam dunk, it slashed down heavily. It was also at this time that the power of the peak of the breaking sea realm came crashing down. He shouted, "Luo Tian, stop it!" Rumble! A loud sound rang out. The sky seemed to be about to crack. Li Jueqing's face changed greatly. "Senior brother?" "Sect master." Bai Lixing flew out. With a thought, he flew out of the inner sect almost instantly. Behind him, there were a few meters of inner sect elders, all of whom were experts at the peak of the breaking sea realm. "Stop? Hee. I, Luo Tian, never know what it means to stop." Luo Tian's strength didn't decrease. He withstood Bai Lixing's crushing power and roared, "Die for me!" Rumble! With a loud sound, he slashed down without reservation. Crack! Situ Hong's body was cut into two. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Situ Hong for gaining 1 million experience points and 10,000 spiritual force points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining. The system beeped. All of this happened in a short moment. It could be said that Situ Hong was killed in an instant. Everyone's scalp was numb, and their heads were buzzing. What was going on? Situ Hong was a super disciple who was going to enter the heaven list. How could he be killed in an instant by Luo Tian? What was going on? How powerful was this Luo Tian? They didn't understand at all. Bai Lixing gritted his teeth and roared at Luo Tian. Why didn't you stop? Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Sect Master, Situ Hong is known as the #1 person in the Icefire sect. Your true disciple, but he was killed by me in an instant. I am now the #1 person in the Icefire sect. Don't you want a disciple of the Icefire sect to enter the heaven list of the Chaos Realm? I am. So don't worry, I will slaughter my way up the heaven list. Without waiting for Luo Tian to finish speaking, Bai Lixing shouted, Impudent! Luo Tian, you killed your fellow disciples, killed your elders, and caused the Icefire sect to become like this. Even if you have 10,000 lives, it won't be enough for you to die. Bai Lixing was furious. Situ Hong had placed all his hopes on him. However, his hope had been trampled on, ruthlessly trampled on the ground by Luo Tian. He could not tolerate Luo Tian's arrogance and despotism. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, You want to kill me? Bai Lixing said, I want you to die, if that's the case. Then you can go die first. As soon as Luo Tian's voice fell, the idea moved. Activate the instant kill system. Ding. Target locked. Luo Tian said indifferently, You chose your own path, so don't blame me. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian did not hesitate at all. Die! Rumble. With a loud sound, a whirlpool appeared in the sky, and a shocking force shot out, directly exploding above Bai Lixing's head. Boom! His body was pierced through. He was instantly killed. All of a sudden, everything within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers exploded, and the entire Marshalsea area was trembling. At this time, the Icefire sect could not make a single sound. Peak of the sea-breaking realm, the sect master of the Icefire sect was instantly killed. Unable to accept this. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Bai Lixing for obtaining an experience point and a spirit force of 2 billion points. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. A series of leveling up notifications sounded. At this moment, the devil intent on Luo Tian's body soared into the sky, and his killing intent soared into the sky. Floating in the air, his eyes swept across the area, and his body also released the aura of the Broken Sea realm, and said heavily, I will ask who else is there? The entire audience was depressed. They were all dumbfounded. Luo Tian continued, Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. I will build the Icefire sect into the #1 sect, and I will make her famous in the Chaos Realm for eternity. Whoever is not convinced can stand up. It was also at this time. The sky darkened. With a loud sound, an incomparably powerful voice exploded. What an arrogant tone! The experts of the chaotic divine realm had arrived. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly, looked at the huge figure in the sky, and the corner of his mouth curled up and said, You don't accept it, do you? Chapter 2120. Mixed Heaven Divine Realm, the high-level domain of the Chaos Realm. The divine shadow in the sky was an expert from the Xiantian Divine Palace of the Chaos Divine Realm. He stared at Luo Tian as his figure descended. Buzz! A beam of light descended vertically, and an incomparably powerful force exploded in the Zhen Wuxi area. The heavens and earth shook, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. A high-level domain expert was completely different from a low-level domain expert. Just the aura alone was enough to overturn the entire Wuxi area. The faces of the people from the Icefire sect sank, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were all crushed to death by him alone. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! He took a step forward, looked at Luo Tian, and asked coldly, Your surname is Luo? The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up and said, "That's right. Luo, so you were the one who released the devil intent in the Blackpool mountain range half a month ago?" That person asked. Luo Tian did not know that the devil intent released by the Vajra was unique to his Luo Shi clan, but he still admitted it directly. "I released it." Even if it wasn't, he would admit it, because he was fearless. So what if he was an expert from the mixed heaven divine realm? That person's eyes were filled with shock as he said softly, "It seems like you really are a remnant of the Luo Shi clan. If that's the case, then come with me." Luo Tian looked at his expression. When he heard his surname, his eyes were filled with shock and a trace of well-concealed fear. Then he thought of what old Devil Boulder had said to him. He understood a little and looked at that person. "You should be one of the people who chased after my family back then, right? Ha ha, you saw through it? Back then, your Luo clan was too arrogant. If not for Luo Qingshan suppressing you, would your Luo clan have been able to enter the Chaos Realm?" That person's eyes were filled with disdain. Luo Tian's heart sank. "Luo Qingshan? My father? Kid, cut the crap. Come with me. Or you can tell me where Luo Qingshan is right now. What is your relationship with him? That way, you won't have to suffer any physical pain. I'll let you die without any pain at all." That person sneered. Luo Tian looked up at him and sneered. "Don't worry, I will let you die a painful death." That person glared at him, his eyes exuding killing intent. Then the aura on his body rolled over, like a fierce tiger pouncing on him. At this moment, Luo Tian shouted, "Die for me!" At the moment he landed, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Luo Tian locked onto him. Instant kill system activated. The vortex above the 9 heavens stirred, and a beam of white light sprinkled down. That expert's expression changed, and his body suddenly burst out, rushing towards Luo Tian as he roared, "Die for me first!" Crack! Rumble! With a flash of white light, the man's head was severed. Instant kill. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Great Elder of the Mysterious Sky Magic Arts for obtaining 1 billion experience and 10 million spirit energy. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Holy Artifact, Xianming Sword. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Holy Artifact, Slaughtering Heaven Blade. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the System Beep continued to sound out. There were a total of 18 Divine Armament S, and all of them were Holy Artifact S of the same color. Li Juqing was dumbstruck, his lips trembling as he said, You killed all the experts of the Chaotic Heaven Divine Realm." "It's over. The Chaos Realm is going to be in chaos. Wu Hai Si is going to be finished." At this moment, many people began to discuss. The news of the Luo Shi clan's reappearance in the world would spread throughout the universe in the shortest amount of time, and all the hidden experts of the Chaos Realm would reappear. Luo Tian did not say a word. He took out all 18 Divine Armament S and said faintly, "Today, if I can kill the experts of the Chaotic Heaven Divine Realm, then I can destroy the Chaotic Heaven Divine Realm. I still have the same words. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die." The 18 Divine Armament S landed on the stage. Manpa walked up, picked up an axe, and said faintly, "I'll follow you." Chun Yu also walked forward and said, "Me too." The female disciples of the Crimson Lotus Peak were the same. Finally, the entire Ice Fire sect knelt in front of Luo Tian. They had no other choice. Since things had already come to this, the only thing they could do was to follow Luo Tian and kill him. Luo Tian exclaimed excitedly and said, "All right. If you follow me, you will have meat to eat and wine to drink. I will let you become the group of people at the peak of this world." Time flew, and in the blink of an eye a month had passed. The news of the Luo Shi clan's reappearance in the Chaos Realm spread to every corner. At the same time, the Chaos Realm's Luo army gathered once again. Among these people, there was a man and a woman. They were Luo Tian's daughter, Niu Niu, and his son. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder continued to rumble in the sky above the Marshalsea area. They're here. They're here. At the edge of the Marshalsea area, which was also the first line of defense, Man Po's heart tightened and immediately sent a sound transmission to Luo Tian, saying, "Boss, the army is here. They're all here." "Wahaha! Luo Tian, you dog, come out and die." Hong Wantu's voice exploded in the sky above the Marshalsea area. Yan Huang, Great Emperor's voice also sounded. "I didn't expect you to be a descendant of Luo Qingshan. If I had known earlier, I would have killed you in the divine realm." Killing intent surged in Luo Tian's heart. "Hong Wantu? Ha ha ha, you still remember Lousy? Today I want you to die." Hong Wantu was also incomparably furious. Yan Huang, Great Emperor, immediately moved and slightly shouted, "Kill! Don't leave a single one alive. Kill everyone in the Marshalsea area. We definitely can't let the remnants of the Luo family escape." An order was given. The gathered army surged down like a tide. They were all experts of the High God realm. How could the warriors of the Marshalsea area resist them? However, for the sake of their home, they did not give up and defended with all their might. 10 days passed. The entire Marshalsea area was covered in blood, and only the Icefire sect was left. At this moment, the two Luo army was everywhere. They were densely packed, surrounding the Icefire sect so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Yan Huang, Great Emperor, looked at Luo Tian in the distance and said, "I've said it before, I will definitely not let you go. Today, I will take your dog life." "Kill, kill, kill." The sound of killing shook the heavens. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Competing in numbers, right? Old man Yan Huang, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one." Yan Huang, Great Emperor, thought of Luo Tian's power in the divine realm and thought of Luo Qingshan. He had a lingering fear in his heart and said, "I have more people, so what?" All of a sudden, the void gate opened. "Boss, I'm here." A golden 8-clawed dragon soared into the sky, several times stronger than the dragon god back then. Two Balls was here. Behind him, countless huge dragons rushed out. Two Balls said excitedly, "Boss, after receiving your news, I've brought all the experts of the dragon realm to you." "Who said they want to touch my boss?" There was another person beside Two Balls. Luo Tian looked at him with incomparable familiarity. Ghost Dragon. The ghost dragon that he had once refined from beast bones. Ghost Dragon looked at Luo Tian with incomparable excitement and said heavily, "Master." It was also at this time. Another void gate also opened. Rumble. Fatty Fong walked out from the void and touched his bald head. The blood tattoo on his bald head was incomparably sinister as he roared, "Who dares to touch my boss?" Behind him, a large group of people followed. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Another void gate opened. Lin Dong walked out. "Who's tired of living and wants to touch my boss?" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Another void gate opened. Tang Sen walked out. "Try moving." They all came. Luo Tian's brothers had all come. Moreover, they brought several times more people than them and instantly surrounded them. Everyone around shouted, "Boss!" Mighty and domineering, a complete mess. Next, Luo Tian looked at Yan Huang, Great Emperor's trembling eyes, and said, "Competing in numbers, right? Come on. Kill them. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's system instantly locked onto Yan Huang, Great Emperor. Rumble. Instant kill. Hong Wantu, who was beside Yan Huang, Great Emperor, instantly knelt on the ground and said, "Luo Tian, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I beg you." Luo Tian's battle axe swept out, instantly killing Hong Wantu with one slash. It was also at this time the army that Luo Tian had gathered crazily massacred. From the Marshalsea area to the chaotic divine realm, to the sacred domain, to the dark realm, they killed all those who had once killed the Luo family. 3 years later, Luo Tian stood at the peak of the Chaos Realm, looking down at the earth. Nyo was mischievous and cute and said, "Daddy, let's go home. I miss Mother so much." Let's go home." Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "I also miss your mother and the others." Old Devil Boulder's eyes moved and asked, "Young master, aren't you going to find the old master?" Luo Tian looked at the sky, laughed, and said, "I will go, but not now. Right now, what I want to do is to go home, and then have a good rest." He was really too tired. Ever since he transmigrated, he had never stopped. He needed time to rest. Luo Tian looked in the direction of the divine realm and said, "Go home." This was the general plot of the subsequent story. It was probably shortened to 1,000,000 words. This was also the ending that the old cow had thought of in the beginning. It's just that I couldn't persevere. I'm sorry here. There was one more problem. Regarding the origin of the system, my initial setting was a game system created by Luo Tian himself. His father was only an executor, and his father was also arranged by him. Undefeated had finished leveling up. There were still 13 days left between the 2 years. This could be considered the old cow's second book in the true sense. Regarding the new book, the old cow did not have any thoughts at the moment, and did not dare to write it now. It would take some time for the eyes to recover, and when there were no more double images and blurry images, the new book would begin. Finally, the old cow bowed and thanked every brother who had supported, subscribed, tipped, monthly votes, and recommended votes. Thank you for your support, and it was also because of you that I was able to persevere for 2 years. Please forgive me for not persevering in the end. Respectfully, the old cow.